wano tulabe oba anagifuluma emmotoka naye nga wenjogerera tali mu mbeera nnungi oluvannyuma lw'abasajja okuba tiyagaasi awo mu mipiira nga baagala akubutukeyo. Manyi emmotoka esobola okuyingiza ekintu wansi oba enfuufu oba ekintu, bimukubye n'afubutukayo. N'afubutukayo kyonna media ndi ku live.
Bwakubye emmotoka ya His Excellency the President tiyagaasi naye kyonna kyokola ensi ekulaba
Map ndi ku live alabika ali mu mmotoka wali
kyonna kyokola bikoze ng'oli ku kamera
ziri contaminated.
kuzibeera nga tuzipostinga
kambeeko bwe ngamba oba Dani Magic oba kale kamufune mugambi
kati motoka ya president mu motoka ya president
maapu ankubiddeko ng'ayinawo Intel. Emaapu nkitegedde kamala okuddayo wali ku live ng'ayinawo Intel nti rooms ziri contaminated. Abantu bangaddeko 2,000 babadde bagwa. Soko noonye wali gundi omanyi noba omumanyi
we are here where the hotel where the goods general
simanyiwa waali
has brought our president.
oba Dani Magic
This car we are showing is where the president still is.
noonya gundi oba Dani Magic omugambe room ziri contaminated.
What exactly they are putting
Intel wano emaze okujja ku mmeeza yange.
But we've got information that they have contaminated the rooms where they want His Excellency the President to sleep with poison.
Lwakuba ndi wano ku power bank eno.
They have poisoned the rooms.
Banange abateekako data bambi mwebalo nanteddeko 5,000. N'etaano musobola ogiteekako sigigaana. N'etaano mugiteekako sigigaana bannange.
The Gunzi commanded by Muchivi ordered for the supreme of His Excellency the President.
Bane mukonkone screen badde bankubidde nenvaako. So
ordered the supreme of His Excellency's car.
kyekyo baganda bange funye Intel nti room ziri contaminated. Ate wemmundu ayimiriddewo. Bane mukonkone screen musharinge mwena aba TikTok waliwo adda nkubidde essimu nga ngamba nti room ezo ziri contaminated. Muganda wange maapu yankubidde afunye Intel era ngenda kuba ngituusaayo lwakuba wano wennyimiridde power bank bwenjivaako tugiriko abantu nga bana bwenjivaako nzikira.
This is where the country is going. This is where Uganda is going. Now, police, what are you
doing? Kyekyo okulembeze yoyo kulembeze yoyo banange enamba era yeeyo gy'olaba awo.
Hopefully he will give a small address. His Excellency has agreed to go into the rooms.
Yayingira USB yange tebagitwala ngenda kunooli. President yeyo yagenze. Sam bw'omalogye information map media gyompadde ngenda giwaayo motoka egenda ati musooke mundeke embeera ekkakkane kyoga bali bavuddewo ab'amagye bakyali abo bakyatuteeze gwe ssebo tova mu kifo waweddeko togijjaako wegenda kusootinga ati nze ndi ku live ngenda gikyajinga njijjuze kandabe Shivana Chani bambi webalo mpadde emitwalo 5 uli ku YouTube Shivana Chani kyakabinjo mukwano
which was directing us, but unfortunately, throughout the whole day, they have been blocking us from accessing all the venues. Amongst the 3 venues we were supposed to have today, President only succeeded to reach in Kapelabion, where we had our final rally. So we left there very early. It was 5:45. It was 5:45, so we had to rush. We had to drive for about 30 minutes for the president to reach where he was supposed to rest from, so that he can continue tomorrow with the program. Unfortunately, as we had just driven for like about 15 minutes, they blocked him for about 3 hours. So we kept there on the road. Then later on, the team had booked for him to sleep in Amlia. Unfortunately, they stopped him. They blocked him from accessing the accommodation. Then later, after the 3 hours of being on the road stuck, they had to push him out of Amlia towards the Salt Road. As we were almost about 4 kilometers to enter Salt City, where again the team had gotten an alternative accommodation. Still again they blocked him. So we've been there twisting ourselves with these people. They have been doing this and that. You've seen some about 15 minutes back, and they tried to, I don't know whether it was tear gas within his car or they were bullets.
Pepper spray.
There have been actually there's been a mixture of pepper spray and tear gas inside his car. Thank God that right now he's strong, as you know, as usual. So we just got somewhere where he's got to rest for a few hours. As you see, it's almost midnight. But this is a presidential candidate who is registered with the Electoral Commission, who is following the roadmap and the regulations, but this is how they are mistreating him. So we condemn all these acts in the strongest term possible. It should stop. They should not keep provoking Ugandans. They are provoking us. We know that our rights, we are following the laws, we are not law breakers. I don't know why they keep pushing us, they keep beating us. They have been assaulting even the EC security that was provided to him. They have been assaulting those guys, all of them. They have been pepper sprayed and they have done a lot of stuff. But we thank God we are still here. Being that we are not law breakers, we are going to keep standing strong, and we want to promise these people that we must vote. They don't want us to reach that election. We must reach it. We are peaceful people. We are law-abiding citizens. Thank you so much. Good night.
Ogenda nnyo gwe ssebo gwe kwerabira n'odduka tebagenda kukuleka so kugamba budo yasooka akwatemu terina gyeraga naawe oyo muyimirize luka omuyimiriza. So yeyo embeera eri awo gwenzigo. Abudu Kisiru ate wali kye batugambye kiri awo pulezidenti annabaako kyayogera. So kyekyo no. Maapu obubaka bw'ombutuusizza bubaka oli n'oba mugambye n'omulala mugambye n'omulala mugambye.
They had already crafted a route where they wanted to force the president to take, because in their mind they believe they have absolute right to choose for the president where to go and sleep. But being something that is lawful, the president has liberty and every right to choose where he is supposed to go and reside. Now, because we had to make sure that this was set straight, the police force.
So banange kyekyo katuveeko for security purposes neera sikirabawo sajja batwetoolodde katuggyeko live. Tujja kuddamu enkya oba in case nga aliwo embeera yonna tujja kuba tuddamu. Amannya n'eddoboozi batoke yenze munnamu.
Quantum security is often described as provably secure, but real systems don't always behave like theory. At Spectre AI, we explore quantum security in practice with new videos posted daily. Check out the channel for all the videos.
Fair and white. Get glowing.
Tumaze okuvuga ebbanga lyonna lyetuvuze nga tuyita ku kyettaka okuva ne batubulokinze naye twali tutuuseeko wano ku koolaasi era bazzeemu batubulokinze.
President bamukubye yenna yagala byonna mbikunnyonnyole byonna yagala nkunyonnyole kuba buli wembijjukira binkwasa na bukwasa busungu kitegeera. So ebibuuzo ebyo sooka biveeko. Ensonga lwaki bamulese mu hotel naawe kenyini osobola ogitegeera tebaagala abantu ba creating beetoole kati eno hotel nga olabye iwaabo abanyampi ba NRM mulengedde ensonga eri very simple tebaagala bantu engeri gyeri munda nti eriko fence and all that kind of thing tebaagala bantu ba welcoming his excellence nga bwe kyali ebusia nga bwe kyali embarara nga bwe kyali erira nga bwe kyali mu bitundu byonna that's what they don't want the world mumanyi Soroti is opposition Soroti is Bobi Wine Soroti is people power Soroti is NUP Soroti yakowa da kitegeera so obwagizi buyitirivu nnyo obuli Soroti buyitirivu nnyo obuli Soroti kyegera buyitirivu nnyo nga gye nkomeza obuli Soroti gwe kyolina okumanya ekyo kiraba obwagizi buyitirivu nnyo so of course byonna nga mubirabye number is not clear no a number hii eri 0775 ya Abdul Bobi 322421 iya erimanya ga Judith Nalwega then ya Buganda Ronald Mugenyi 0700295542 ya Jonah Atusingwize eri 0755 no wait okay kanzijemu basomere wano malokuzi okay yeah zizo zonna nzitadde mu comment section zizao yeah zonna nzitadde mu comment section naye nga I want you to spread this message. I want you to alert each and everyone what has happened. You well know that we are 49 million Ugandans, and this message has to spread far and wide. Of course, we are 4.6k people watching on YouTube as well as on Facebook. I don't know the figure on Facebook, but wherever you are catching us live from here at JB Monge, musharing ennyo message eno. Musale screen record salamu buli kimu kyosobola okusala salamu incident says ziri very important musharinge n'abana Uganda bategeere kiki ekigenda maaso. Some people don't know, some people are asleep esaazi zino ziri 5 dakiika 4 abantu abamu beebase bafuluuta. Waliwo omuganda wange ansindikidde message ku WhatsApp kati like a few kiraka United Kingdom I don't know naye ngambye lwaki kiraka messages mixing zibadde nyingi nti president atandika late bana.
This holiday season, unlock pure joy at home with fast, unlimited internet from the kids' movies and
kati imagine president yebase sawa zino tannaba kumulako kuva ku makati mwagala nkyakere sawa emu ayina okuwummula n'awummula bulungi nnyo wamu ne ttiimu yonna mwe temumanyi bukoowu temubumanyi okitegeera naye nga abasajja kibakoze president waffe nze n'agoogera mpulira man biyitirivu nnyo so naye nga mbeebaza okwekuumirako okuva gye twatandikidde yonna gye twatandikidde paka kati yonna gye twatandikidde eri ku makya mwenna obwedda aba streaming live yonna gye musinzidde okubeera nga mutuninze in. I salute you and I thank you for pushing this message far. I know you don't just watch, you also click on the share button and push this message further. Yeah, njaga n'okubajjukiza gwe nawe nanga tonaba kufuuka member wa platform eno yeringa aseneni ya Uganda gobo wakana naye neringa seneni ya Uganda eno BBC ya Uganda wano tusinzira okutuusako buli kimu live. This is our CNN in Uganda. Yeah. Tokuba simu sigenda kukwata kuba nkyaweereza ggwanga. Yes, tokuba simu sigenda kukwata kuba nkyaweereza ggwanga. Gwe nawe nabambi akuba tokuba nkwegayiridde. Naye nga oba tonaba kusubscribinga ku CNN ya Uganda mbeera sikumanyi. Nyiga kyoba olina okukola teweerabira kuteekako notification alert. Mpozi n'ekintu ekira kinjagala bajjukiza either ku Lwokutaano oba ku Lwomukaaga tugenda kubeerawo wano ne fundraising campaign nga tu fundraisingira His Excellency Kyagulanyi Center mu sente zagenda okubeera nga kosa wiiki ejja n'endala. Buli kimu mujjukire nti wano kujja bimonge tukikolera wano live. Era omuntu agenda okulisivinga sente ezo tugenda mukubira wano live. Zonna zimugenda okubeera nga musindise tuzisindika live there and then. Mubimanye ebya wano biri so transparent and all that kind of thing. So buli kimu. So olunaku lugenda kubeera either Friday oba Saturday. Saturday tuli eri wa mama birangirangi mama Sadolini oyo mukazi oyo w'empisa embi, the worst speaker Uganda has ever had. Bukedde yaje tuli. So you can inch a few steps in those moments when we are there. I believe you can visualize incidents ziri more actually even maybe brutal to the ones we've witnessed today. Yeah, just visualize that moment nga tuli side eyo. What do you see? Do you see peace? Do you see? So maybe on that day we are going to be, it's a day we are going to be here okugezako okulaba nti tuyambako fenga JB Muwonge community. Yes, fenga JB Muwonge community, and then we as well support in any way that we can. All right guys, nsubire nange mondekemu kuba wedda nange nkoye kangende nkoleki mberenga nebambi enamba zentadde waggulu awo namba za comrades bannaffe. Kugambye namba esooka ya Abdul Bobi cameraman waffe JB Muwonge TV seneni ya Uganda. Kugambye teekako ekyokulya ku simu eyo. Enamba eri 0775 322 421. Teekako ekyokulya, teekako ekyokunywa. Kugambye namba ya cameraman waffe eri tamanya ga Judith Nalubega ne namba wendala. Then omuntu yenna asobola okutuukirira muganda waffe Sama Uganda n'omutuusaako obuyambi. Mujjukire nti bwe yabadde jjo utwale tuva Lubaga before nga tunamala genda mu Lubiri sajja bamusalako. Bwe bamusalako esimu ye ne bajja sayasa. That's why tomulaba ku trail as of now. Kitegera bulungi. So baganda waffe abafollowinga bulungi, reach out to him and then you render any kind of support that you can. Ekyo nakyo nsonga nkulu nnyo. Nkulu nnyo. So enamba zentadda waggulu neye nayo mweri. Enamba ya Sama mweri 0762952583. Yes, osobola mukubirako n'omubuuzaako neza baganda afabala neza. Enamba esemba yayo ya Doreen Nalumansi akuweereza mu Luzungu. Dorothy Williams enamba eri 0704874093. Nzipini nziwaggulawo zonna. Muganda waffe okuva United States yangamba buli wembeera nga mumaliriza artist okubaweereza mbajjukize artist okubeerako ne kimuteekako numbers, which is really very 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 important. Yes. Waliwo anabuuza Isaac agambye JB how to record and cut clips and put it on TikTok. Of course esimu yo gy'oba olina okukozesa n'okola kye bayita screen recording. Yeah, n'okola kye bayita screen recording. Yeah, oba tosobodde okukola ekyo osobola okugenda ku platform eno yinnyini ino JB Muwonge no downloadinga videos emba nsazeesazeemu kuba ngenda mbasalira mu clips ez'enjawulo. Ekizinsazisaamu mbeera njagala ezibanguyira okudownloadinga ne mu pushinga ku platforms endala. Kyekinkozesa ekintu ekyo. Emisomo egyo gijja kujja next time. Waliwo ngamba wano JB tusomesemu how to record. Nja kujja mbayigiriza okudownloadinga ku Facebook, okudownloadinga ku TikTok, okudownloadinga ku Twitter, okudownloadinga ku YouTube, everywhere. Nja kujja mbayigiriza ekintu ekyo, especially abakozesa devices ezenjawulo. Waliwo abakozesa iPhone nga tebamanyi kudownloadinga videos okuva ku social media platforms. I'll come here, I'll announce a day I come here with that tutorial. I teach you guys how to download videos on social media platforms of all types. Be it Instagram, be it TikTok, be it X, that's formerly Twitter, be it Facebook, be it YouTube and all that kind of thing. Yeah, I'll come here. Always remind me actually, because engeri tuli musasa geno nsobola okwerabira. So remind me nzije mbawe omusomo ogwo engeri gye musobola okubeera nga mu downloading mu videos zino ez'enjawulo on those platforms, because I know some of you it becomes hectic how to use those devices. Abamu bakozesa phablet, abamu bakozesa tablet, abamu bakozesa smartphones, abamu bakozesa computers. So and then abantu abamu bakulu ku myaka nga siba generation eno nga technology abatawaanya nga yamanyi kimu kugenda kulaba bulabi. So I believe it will add something, kijja kuyambako. Yes, kijja kuyambako. Omulanga nga sikikola munzijukizeeko mu WhatsApp, mu WhatsApp group yaffe abali mu JB Monge WhatsApp group. Yes, but I'll come and give you that tutorial. Yeah, nja kujjanjiba bulungi nnyo. Naye nga mujjukire bulungi nti olunaku lw'enkya tuli Serere as well as Soroti City. Yeah, Serere as well as Soroti City. Of course ngenda kubeera wano ku makya president watandikira paka ateera yona gye tunasemba. Nabagamba guno mukutu teguvaako. Nyinza n'okugubeezaako ennaku ne weziba 30. Kasita gubanga guyina byegulaga ebiri very important eri abana Uganda olw'ensonga tetukyesiga media platforms zino mainstream media platforms no way zona zili compromised yensonga lwaki twekolera emikutu gino ejaffe ate ffe tugye supportingira mu ngeri mu benda kyolanga mbaterawo ennamba ezo waggulu ez'abaganda baffe nga si kuziteekawo for fun. Njagala ffe abana Uganda abalina obusobozi 10, 10, sijja kwerabira kubajjukize. Namba esooka ya muganda waffe Abuduwa Bobi eri 0775 322 421 ereta manya ga Judith Nalubege. Namba eddakaawo ya muganda waffe Ronald Buganda Mugenyi eri 0700 295 542. Enamba eddakaawo eri 0705 118170 ya Jona Atusingwize era naye wa Ghetto TV akolagana bulungi wamu ne muganda waffe actually yakulira team yatutwala fena ni brief then enamba eddaka eri 0762952583 ya Sama Uganda. Then eddako ya Map Media 0772 653 186. Then eddako ya Swabula mukyala Bobi Giant oyo yomukuba security personal by his excellence Kyagulanyi gwe bakwata mwena mujjukira amusiba awatali musango na gumu. Swabula ye mukyala, omwami ali mukomera, omukyala ali ku kamera, tunulira obulamu bwe butyo. So omuntu ng'oyo aba yevuddeyo ne yeewaayo eri okusavinga eggwanga lino, okusavinga you appreciating whatever way you can. Omuterako artist akacupa k'amazzi n'omuterako anything just to appreciate. Yeah, at the end of the day naye addamu kumanyi n'agamba yes wadde bawanga ali mukomera nze ate ndi eno ndi musitwaga artist. You get the point. I believe those abantegera bulungi. Then number ndalawo ya Doreen Narumansi, that is Dorothy Williams 0704 874093 Doreen Narumansi. So enamba zezo namba alright, okujja kunga waliwo omuntu yenayina ayina kyabuuza naye nange ndowooza mugenda kundekamu nsobole okuwummulako olunaku olw'enkya tukeerera Serere, then tugenda kuba naye nga omulabi olunaku olwaleero kizibu kyakumanya oba olunaku olw'enkya lugenda kubeera lutya. I don't know. Nga omulabi olunaku olwaleero kizibu kyakumanya oba olunaku olw'enkya lugenda kubeera lutya. I really don't know. Kuba otunulira abasajja engeri gye bakolamu ebintu naawe kennyini ne wekola ki ne weewuunya n'ogamba tuli ku kinaye ensi ki eno. John Otekat ku Facebook agambye man, you should use only English if you want to use local language, translate to all languages in Uganda. No, I cannot do everything, my brother. It's better we all step up and do the little that we can for this our country Uganda. We are very many, 49 million Ugandans. Each one of us is talented in one way or the other. If I step up to contribute in this manner, you should as well maybe identify your potential, capitalize on it, inspire others as well to, step up and fill in the void that you see exists. You understand what I'm talking about? Because each one of us stepping up or making sure we end this madness. Nyinza okuba sigenda kusobola kuwalabula mu luzungu from morning up to evening, then gwe nojja no feeling in that void. You get the point. So I salute your advice, but as well I implore you, comrade, step up and fill in the void, because we are few who are doing this. Check around, how many are alive? We're just a few. and some of them are just commercial driven. Some comrades, they just into this for their selfish interest and all that kind of thing. So step up with just, umutima gw'eggwanga nga ensonga, you understand what I'm talking about. Anyway, kyekyo mundekemu nange ngende ndowooza mpumulemu kamala okulaba. Mundekemu ngende mpumulemu olunaku lugenda kubeera lwankyo. Okujjako nga waliwo omuntu yena ayina kyabuuza, kangendeko no mu comment section ndabe. Mu comment section siina kyendabayo. What does it take for someone to transcribe these live videos into other languages? Of course, it takes time. It takes commitment. It takes love for your country. It takes time. Those three things. Because, of course, all you need is time to sit down, listen, translate what you've listened to into that other language you want to transcribe these videos into. And then a video editor, better to, whatever language you've transcribed this video into, better artist you put those words, ngazita ku screen yo. So to me, it requires commitment, love for this our country Uganda, and as well as time. Yeah, that's Comrade Who. Let me see. We show us where the president is sleeping. No. I can't show you where the president is sleeping. Come on. We are gonna college. No, the president is not safe. No one is safe. You guys, I don't know what you mean when you say is the president safe. No one is safe in this our country, Uganda. This is just a temporary freedom. No one is safe. The only person who is safe maybe is someone who is dead. Yeah. The only person who is safe is that person who is dead. But under this Museveni's government, no one is safe. Like, you don't know how tomorrow is going to be. No one is safe. So His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu is not safe, because even where he has slept, it was not a place they initially booked to sleep. You've all seen what has happened just a few minutes ago. So Tali is safe. One muntu nomwe is safe. No one is safe. No one is safe. Tujja kubeera safe nga twegobyeko Museveni ono. Ate nga tusigaza ebbanga tono nnyo, yagala ganakkiriza lekayo. This is the only chance we've got. Tetugenda kufunayo chance ndala. This is the only chance we have to flip the script of this country in our favor. Otherwise, bintu bigenda kweyongera kubijja bubizi. So tuveyo mu bungi nakuze mwezi nga mukaseera ako. Alright guys, have the best of the time wherever you are watching from. Kankibireko maybe ku Facebook. I see if there is anyone ayina kyabuuza ku Facebook. I wish the president can get an escape route to the venue tomorrow. Alright, lastly, of course, nabagamba, this is a media company number. Tuina radio, that's JB Mwenge Radio. Genda bugenzi ku Google, tekemu JB Mwenge Radio. Hoverenga ovela up to date with the whatever is going on. Genda ku Facebook otekemu JB Mwenge TV. Ojja kubogifuna bulungi. Tuina Facebook pages 10. That is JB Mwenge Radio, JB Mwenge Video Archives, where we archive some of the videos that needed to be used, in the future reference and all that kind of thing. Then we have my official page is JB Mwenge on Facebook. Twitter or X, you just search JB Mwenge. On TikTok, same name, JB Mwenge. podcast on Spotify, on Listen Notes, on different podcast service providers. Just type in JB Mwange Podcast, you'll get all the details. Then our website is www.jbmwange.com, and on that very website, that's where you're going to find the blueprint of a new Uganda. The blueprint of a new Uganda. When you visit www.jbmwange.com, scroll up to the bottom, you'll find some of the previous articles I wrote, and in one of them, that's where I wrote about the blueprint of a new Uganda, and I included in our manifesto, the National Unity Platform Manifesto 2026-2031. Download that manifesto. That's the blueprint His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert and the team is going to follow in order to redirect our country back to the right path. So download it. Don't just download it for the sake of keeping it. Share it with others, print it, supply it to friends and all that kind of thing. Tulina making sure nti buli kimu tukikola. Yeah, ako kabadde nyina okayisawo bulungi nako mukategeere bulungi. Yeah. So away from that, I respect all of you. Mwebale kusubscribinga, mwebale kusharinga. Bye.
Yes, mikwano gyange mwenna abaddeko ane comrade JB Mwange ndowooza tukyalinayo ebyokwogerako bitono nnyo oluvannyuma nange
ekyagala basike emmotoka eno
tebagenda gisika
baba nebagateekako olujegere bali mu kuteekako olujegere.
What do they want now? They have done the worst. Officer, what do these people want? They don't want us to go to court. They want us to the hotel they have booked for us themselves.
No, I cannot go where they book for me. I can't trust them.
Can we find another hotel and we book for ourselves?
But that's what we have done.
No, not going where they maybe they are stopping us. Once we get somewhere, we get near.
It's okay. President. Yes. Bano bagayi tebatusika bagati apology ono balusodde wano n'okutwala ekyerezo. Tusuleyo mu kibira kiro kino.
So where else are we going to?
But
yeah, but not where they book. They don't. Yeah, but not where they book. They don't book for that. There should be
baliko olujja tusika tusula serere tuweberere betuulire wano mu
no mbawulira kati mbawulira nze mbadde mbawulira kati maka wawalala
gondi aliwo wali omusajja
can you get some where we sleep and not where they book for us? Yes.
Oyo yani
oyo district nagesubira
omwami oyo oweno
mumpulira
Nakati yagasi bakuye wacha.
Bakozesa paper spray. Ne bakuba ne tear gas. Bane tsaba fuluma galewo.
abafunye ngamba gye tulikusa mugende muyembe
naye lwaki sibaleka ne bandwagirira lwaki sibaleka ne bandwagirira
As we are almost kilometers away from where we are right now, they even brought him and go to places he never booked. They are forcing him to go to places he never booked in this situation. He's pleading with them, telling them let me go and have an alternative accommodation because the team within thought they had then gotten an alternative accommodation for him. Unfortunately, they have gotten him from accessing the accommodation.
Ya network elietya kugambye tetumanyi kyekiddako nabagambye mwenywerezeko essaawa zino gomulungi andaba tetumanyi kigendererwa gwe mugana nga ndaba ali ku Ghetto TV essaawa tugenda mu kuyingira ssaawa 5 embeera yonna muze mugiraba gwe mugana nga ali mu kubanga tugoberera akaseera kano gwe ali ku Ghetto TV akaseera kano embeera eriwo olina ekyambadde musomesa ku kamera nzaliwo okubanga nkuweereza munnakakuuto olina ekyambadde musomesa ku kamera okubanga nkuweereza akaseera kano nga tuli wano ng'oyingira Soroti City nkugambye bo baadde bamubukingidde hoteri n'abagamba nze sisobola beesiga lwaki mumbukingira hoteri ng'ate ttiimu yange yambukingidde hoteri nkugambye wano wetuli ovugawo eddakiika ekinene ennyo ziri eddakiika 5 okulaba ng'oyingira hoteri weeri ovugawo ekinene ennyo eddakiika 5 okulaba nga hoteri weeri ogisanga gwe mugana nga ali mu kubanga atugoberera akaseera kano ali ku Ghetto TV yembeera eriwonza aliwo kyambadde musomesa munakakuto okubanga nkuweereza buli kimu kigenda mu maaso gambye emmotoka y'omukulembeze His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu gwe mugana ababola bawo abali awo ye security team ye gye bamuwa okulaba nga bamukuuma era tetumanyi kyekiddako akaseera kano gwewenywereza ku Ghetto TV okulaba nga buli kimu tukikuweereza akaseera kano nga bulijjo okulaba nga buli kimu tukikuweereza.
Electoral Commission roadmap that was given to him. But right now, the same people who are supposed to protect him are now trying to fight him. I don't know what exactly they are planning next. Yeah, but that is the situation right now as we are speaking. We are just 4 kilometers away from Salt City. And he's supposed to be in Salt tomorrow. Soroti and Sereri. This is Eastern Uganda, in particular Teso sub-region. As you see, even the Electoral Commission security that was given to him has been behind him. They have, even the Electoral Commission security that was given to him has been behind him. They have, we don't know, they are diverting. We don't know exactly they are heading because they have also been assaulted by these goons. Now it is total darkness. It is total darkness in the place. The presidential candidate is in stress alone. He is just there. They have been beating everyone. Whoever comes close to him, you get beaten. They pepper spray you. And even tear gassing everyone, including live bullets. So that is the situation. They are not only violating his rights, but they are also violating the rights of Uganda because this is a registered president. They are not only violating his rights, but they are also violating the rights of Uganda because this is a registered presidential candidate. He is registered and is trying to campaign. He's following the roadmap that was assigned to him by the Electoral Commission that is led by Justice Simon Byabakama, the so-called Justice Simon Byabakama. But meanwhile, they are trying to provoke the situation. They are trying to provoke him.
Now,
the Electoral Commission security has been chased away. Now we are seeing the Electoral Commission security being replaced by the army. We don't know what exactly is going to happen next. We are not sure. Even us, no one is safe here. You see? We don't know what exactly is going to happen next, but it's like the army is taking over the East security. They have surrounded the entire place. Deployment is growing bigger every minute.
yaisiibuddewo. So that is the situation in Uganda. We don't know what is going to happen next. Bino ebikko we tubissa bwe tubiddamu. Don't you know what is going to happen next? Don't know what is happening next, but meanwhile, that's the situation in which the presidential candidate is in. As I've told you a few minutes back, they have shot at his car. We don't know what exactly they have used, where they have been live bullets or tear gas canisters. But we just saw him opening the door, coming out, and now he has returned back into the vehicle. They are not allowing anyone. They don't allow anyone to go where he is.
Nga video mbere yongedde kubijja. Embere yongedde kubijja gambe bamwetoolodde tetumanyi kiddako. Guys tetumanyi kiddako. Guys kugambye balese kati kugambye eyo yiyawe mu bulokinze.
Power, NUP, everywhere. My brothers and sisters in Kaperabyong. First and foremost, I must say it is an honor to stand on the same pulpit with my brother Ochen Julius. I will tell you a story that I've not told too many times. I was in the 10th Parliament with Honorable Ochan Julius. We were both members of Parliament. And I saw a noble son of Uganda. I saw a respectable leader. I saw a leader that cannot be bought. I saw a leader that cannot be bought. No wonder the regime is fighting him every day. I want to tell you, my brothers and sisters, the more they fight Julius Ochan is the more you should understand that is the right person to represent your voices. Now I have talked enough about Julius Ochan. Let me also talk about myself. My name is Shagulanyi Sentamu Robert, aka Bobi Wine. And I am here to ask for your support and for your votes so that I become the next president of Uganda. And not only for my vote, not only for my position, but I'm asking you to vote for my brother Julius Ochan and all the leaders who think like him. They have a symbol. That symbol is an umbrella. You notice that we have taken a very long time to reach here. We have taken a very long time to reach here. This is because the police and the military have been blocking roads and trying to make it impossible for us to reach you and talk to you. But now that we are here, let me tell you this. They are blocking this message from reaching you because they know once you open your eyes, it will be over for them. And now when I look here, I see mainly young people, mainly youthful people. More than 99% of the people here have never seen any leader apart from Museveni. It has been 40 years. 40 years. It has been 40 years of pain, 40 years of dictatorship, 40 years of gun rule. But after ruling us for 40 years, I want you to take a look at the road that comes to Kapelebion. Look at the schools where our children go for education. Look at the hospitals and health centers where our people go for treatment. Look at how many young people here that are able to work but have no employment. Look at how much land that has been grabbed by the powerful and the mighty. I could go on and on and on about your problems. But because we don't have time, let me just talk about the solution. The solution is you. The solution. On the 15th of January, we have an opportunity to change this. We have a choice, we have an opportunity to choose between an old Uganda and a new Uganda. We have a choice to choose between gun rule and servant leadership. We have an opportunity to choose whether we put an end to the 40-year dictatorship or we let it continue to 50 years. So today we have come to you to tell you that they are going to bring a yellow t-shirt, they are going to bring 50,000, 20,000, 10,000 or even 5,000 to ask you to vote for Museveni, and then you suffer for the next 5 years. Now that choice is in your hands. For us, we are only leading the charge and we are presenting ourselves to you for your support and for your endorsement. I know many of you have been intimidated, that's why some of them are even listening to us from afar. Your Excellency, people have been intimidated here a lot. But I'm telling you that these police officers and the soldiers, they are here, camped here because we are campaigning here. After I leave, they are going to follow me to Amuria, they will follow me to Soroti and everywhere, and you are going to stay here and you're going to be in charge of this place.
Polisi ini ke disirikale litete seji aina aran we campaign kwa nange takanga nyonge losa kwa panga lo tamu ya ngori ko na kere ko ni sala kidete sune o sala kisi ido ikama sabo is no roundos in charge kwa pitu malo Uganda pele urikita ine. So I want to ask you to do us just one favor. I want you to become the Bobi Wine of Kaperebiong.
Tunulia mbujuvu kumukutu gwaffe wano gwennyini nabo tugenda bakuleetera bennyini nga boogera mu bigambo byabwe nti babadde bakakibwa abantu abamu bannakigwanyizi naye kakati bano bategeezeza nti kakati president ne NUP baddembe ne constitution yaffe gye twali tubaze empya tuli baddembe okubeera nga electoral commission egikkiriza kubanga bo bakakasizza nti emisango bagiggyeyo mu kooti. Kakati no awo tuli era tumaze okubeera nga tufuna sikowa eyo kitegeeza nti abaali batulimirira emirimu gimaze okubeera nga bagizingako. Biro byonna nga bigenda mu maaso mukwano gwange pulezidenti ekifo kyekyo waasuze nga bw'okiraba naye ekyolina okumanya nti amagye esaidi n'esaidi mayitirivu nnyo. Tetumanyi lwaki kiri bwe kiti. Twasemba okiraba mu kitundu bwe yali Arua bwe basalako hotelo nga amaze okuyingira n'abaana bonna n'abeera nga basalako hotelo bali bagala okukwata ba comrades ab'enjawulo era abaana abamu lwe baakwatibwa. Kati olunaku olwaliyo tukirabeeko Essoroti nga abasajja bataddewo kiremya nga bwe nakutegeeza ndowooza olaba emmotoka eyo emmotoka esangiddwa awo mu kifo ekyo era nga bw'ogiraba yonna ya yero eriko honorable oyo mwenna mumumanyi. Tetumanyi hotelo eno yaani naye kyannaku nnyo okubeera nga omukulembeze waffe bamulemeseza w'alina okubeera nga asula ne bamutwala mu kifo ewali amamotoka agaba NRM, ewali ebipande ebya General Museveni, ewali abantu aba NRM. Kino kiraga ki era kitegeeza ki ku ggwe munnankyukakyuka era ofuna kifaananyi ki bw'olaba ebintu nga bino nga bigenda mu maaso. Nakutegeezezza mukwano gwange waliwo amawulire amalala gafulumya olunaku olwaliyo nga tukyayita mu mboozi eno ya pulezidenti byonna tugenda kubeera nga tubiwulira tubitunuulire tubitegeere. Waliwo amawulire agafulumye nga gwe munnayuganda wenna ali e Uganda n'ali ebweru wa Uganda wuliriza nnyo kino kikukwatako. Abasajja bamaze dda okukola enteekateeka ng'enteekateeka zino buli munnayuganda wenna w'oli alina ettaka nga liriko ekyapa ligenda kuggibwako. Mpuliriza bulungi, buli munnayuganda wenna w'oli alina ettaka erina ekyapa kigenda kuggibwako. Ettaka ligenda kuddizibwa mu gavumenti ng'ettaka lyonna lya gavumenti. Emmotoka eno ogiraba esangiddwa mu kifo pulezidenti wagenda okusula era nga bwe nkutegeeza nti ne hotelo yonna ebweru waayo ku entrance eriko yero. Kino nno bakikoze kagenderere okulaba nga batufrustratinga n'okubeera nga batulaga nti abantu bano eyo be baliyo bokka kubanga jjukira nti Mwami Kyagulanyi wabadde agenda okusula bamulemesezaawo we yabadde apangisizza. Kyannaku mbadde nkyakutegeeza gwakyatambula nange sinaba kwebaka nkyaliwo nkyabaweereza. Namba puleti z'emmotoka teziriko muganda nge Ahmed okulega tekuli namba puleti. Tulaba nti kipange emmotoka weeri teriiko namba puleti naye abagiriko tubamanyi oyo honorable weeyo ne Mwami Museveni. Nkutegeezeza nti olunaku olwaleero Parliament egenda kutuula essaawa yonna era nga kigenda okugituuza buli munnayuganda wenna w'oli ng'olina ettaka nga lirina ekyapa ligenda kubeera nga likugibwako. Ettaka lino ligenda kubeera nga litwalibwa gavumenti yegenda okubeera nga eriddukanya. Kakati nno njagala ombuulire abaamala ensimbi n'ensimbi nga basasulira ebyapa, essente ezo ne zigenda mu gavumenti. Kakati essaawa zino bakugamba ebyapa byonna bigenda kusazibwamu, nga buli munnayuganda wenna wooli ogenda kusigala ku kibanja. Njagala ompuliriza bulungi nnyo. Tubadde tubeerawo ng'abasajja bano bajja ne bagoba abantu ku mataka gaabwe, ng'abantu abo balina n'ebyapa naye ne babagoba ku mataka gaabwe. Kati essaawa zino nga tolina yadde ekyapa, olowooza ebyokugobawo ku ttaka kw'oli kigenda kwetaagisa ki? Wano nno wenjagala otegeerere, waliwo omusajja omu yavuddeyo olunaku olwaliro emboozi nagikoze ku mukutu gwaffe kuno, n'ategeeza nti Uganda eno gy'olaba yatundibwa dda, wabula nga yatundibwa mu ntundibwa gy'otasobola kubeera nga otegeera, kubanga baakwata omuntu munnayuganda omutuufu gwe wandiise indigenous Ugandan ne bamwavuwaza, ne bakwata essente. Abavubuka abava mu Western buli ava ku university bamuwa entandikwa eri mu bukadde 200, nga kitegeeza nti buli wali prime land oba buli kifo eky'ebbeeyi bano bajja kusobola okubeera nga bagulawo. Kitegeeza bano bagenda kudominatinga buli wamu, gwe omunaku osigale ng'oli munaku. Kaakati n'ebyapa bimaze okubeera nga bikugibwako, nga kino kitegeeza nti bw'oba oggiddwako ekyapa kigenda kubeera kyangu nnyo okutwalako ettaka lyo. Okategedde? Kakati salamula Maimuna salamula Maimuna naye President Tageza n'alya mu woteeri omwo, tasobola kulyamu kubanga ne gy'abadde abuukinga ng'agendayo yekka, era abadde talyayo. Mukwano gwange Maimuna munda agenzeyo nani? Yagenze yekka. Muganda nge semwogerere nakutegeezezza agendayo yekka.
And one thing about derivative, yeah, when you just know what you're doing, right, trust me, you're good to go, right? Less manipulation, simple and straightforward. Apparently, I think we have like few female traders, like in where I'm coming from in Nigeria, to be specific, right? So I want them to see this as a motivation, to see this and understand that it's very, very, very possible with derivative, to be specific.
My skin is my identity, my strength. It's unique and deserves care made specially for me. Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow, enriched with 95% pure vitamin C and pearl extract for visibly radiant and even-toned skin in just 2 weeks. Nivea Radiant and Beauty Even Glow. Skin is for celebrating my shade of beautiful. Nivea is for skin.
Tewali atatidde. Peter Ogwanga, omuganda wange Oboy agambye bamuyita Peter Ogwanga, ye MP ali ku mmotoka eyo eya yero gye mulabye. Peter Ogwanga kakati no wa NRM, okitegedde? Naye abaana ba Nopu muli balala kuba tetusobola kusoboka. Tulina okubeerawo paka lasiti omukulembeze mukama waali. Webale kukoleza sebo Eke Master, webale kusiima Ramadhani muganda wange. Embeera ebigambo mbadde nyina okubeera nga mbibalaga paka pulezidenti embeera gy'alimu, era waliwo n'abakatuuka wano mu komenti nga baŋŋamba bitandise bitya. Abalinga abaagala nsooke mbaddezeyo olutambi katono nnyo. Temufaayo. President kati wenjogerera yamaze dde okuyingira mu hotel, yes, mu hotel, naye ng'ekyewuunyisa ekitiisa lwaki hotel bagimubukingidde olunaku olwaleero ne bamulemesa gy'abadde agenda okusula hotel za mirundi 2 yonna nga bamulemesaayo mpaka ne bamulesa wano waba Mr. Ogwanga. Let's protect for our president. Let's protest for our president. Okategedde nga tugenda mu kalulu internet egenda kugibwako naye nga kyolina okumanya mwami Kyagulanyi president naye ayinza okusibibwa ewakaawe kakati awo kyekiddako internet egiddwako president yasibiddwa ewaka wabula amawulire amalala g'omunda genfuna gesina bakwera nga nkakasa era gwoli munnamukisa aliko essaawa zino wabula video soko gimpera ekigalo gwaliko wenna nkusaba video soko gintereko like essaawa zino message netambule etalaga ensi yonna mpuliriza bulungi kati njagala nkuwulira ebigambo bino waliwo amawulire agafulumye nga gongedde otweraliikiriza amawulire nga gagamba ki nga galaga nti wetunatuuka okulonda kunaku lwe tulonda bayinza okuteekawo kafyu bayinza otuteerawo kafyu sinakindi oyinza okulaba ku lockdown kakati no kitegedde gakyali mu nkuubo sinnabagwera nga kakasa nkyanoonya bukakafu bwago naye nkutegezeza nti kafyu alabika nga essaawa yonna agenda kuyingirawo kasa tunamala okusula akalobe papa olunaku olwenkeera bayinza okulangirira kafyu sinakindi okuba waloko dawuni egwo obugwi abruptire nga yannaku wakati w'ennaku 3 n'ennaku 7 eyo kitegedde kakati nno mwina okubeera nga mwebereramu ku nsonga eyo nze ogwange gwabbawa amawulire naye bwe nabanga kakasizza bulungi nja kwongera ngaleete mugategeere hotelo yeeyo pulezidenti waasuze pulezidenti asuze awo olunaku olwaleero naye nga kyoba olina okumanya asuzeewo lwa butaagaane era nga nkakasa nti ne gyali mu ruumu ayinza obuteebaka ayinza okukwata essuuka kubanga atambula ne suitcase n'azaala wansi ku tiles n'asula awo eyo ndowooza yange ayinza n'obutasula ku kitanda ekyo n'akwata essuuka ze zasula nazatambula nazo ne bed cover n'asula wansi ku tiles nga bwe mumanyi pulezidenti kubanga eno embeera yali emutuusetuuseeko kubanga mwe yakulira so kakati bino byo byangu nnyo ku ye asobola okukola ekisoboka kyonna n'avoidinga okusula eyo era nkimanyi musajja mugazi n'okugula emyango eminyolo gyennyini egimutwala mu kinaabiro ayinza okukwasaako akatambaala okukwata ku sinki ayinza okukozesa akatambaala kubanga wano wetulaga tetumanyi sefute yaawo kubanga bamuyiyiriza buyiyiriza okategedde asule wansi that is good yes we still following brother from UAE Maganda Mustafa olunaku olwaliro embeera ebadde empanvu nnyo olunaku lubadde luwanvu nnyo kyova olabanga ebigambo tubyogerebo ti internet network nayo etukwatakwatamu naye nga pulezidenti mbategeezezza simanyi oba nnyinza okufuna ku katambi wano nga pulezidenti ng'akola ki engeri gye byatandiseemu kubanga katukakasizza amaze okufuna hotel wagenda yes producer webale nnyo webalire ddala producer webale nnyo webalire ddala kati embeera eno olunaku leero bwe yatandise nga pulezidenti amaze okugaanibwa gye badde agenda okusula era ne bamulagira agenda asule esoroti bwe yamaze okufuna amawulire ago nti tagenda kusula gye badde agenda kusula n'avuga emmotoka okujja esoroti wabula bw'avuza emmotoka okujja esoroti asindise abantu mugende mu booking hotel wengenda okwebaka bw'asindisa abantu hotel gye babookinze bano abasajja bagiganye nga mu kyo babadde bamaze dde okupulaaninga bwe banaamusindika okusula esoroti bagenda omufunira w'okusula era nga bw'olabye bamulemeseza hotel eyo ne bamutwala mu yaabwe kati wano woolaba babadde bamubulookinze emabega nga tasobola kudda gy'ava nga bamukiisa emmotoka ez'amagye kyokka nga ne mu maaso bamukiisa emmotoka eza poliisi. Okitegedde? Kakati nga wano ali mu noggo zooni mu bufunze nga talina wadda emabega ne mu maaso nga bamugadde. Era tulabyeko ne ku bimajegere ebibadde bizze okusika emmotoka eno okugitwala nga mwali nga basaze emmotoka eno bagisike bagitwale ku breakdown. Wabula finally amasimu ne gakuba okuva ewaani tewali amanyi. Emmotoka abadde bazze okugisika ne bagivaako. Jime muganda wange nkutumiddeko nnyo Sebowa. Naye Jime bintu byo. Jime muganda wange Jime Sebowa Jime onono muganda wange ali mu ggwanga lya Kata. Twatoba nnyo naye oyo Jime gwolaba. Jime nkutumiddeko nnyo nkyatunula ensonga nzigoberewo bale kwasaganya mirimu nange mwendi nnyo nga bulijjo sinza kubeera nga neebaka. Jjukiramu akafo kaffe kali ekibuye we twabeeranga. Babbaate bandabire oba osobola okwogera nabo bagambe mbatumiddeko nnyo. Anyway otuze ku mulamu wa muganda wange twesabire nnyo. Kituufu bwe twasalawo okubeera nga embeera eno tugibatuusaako yonna tusula tutunula ku lw'eggwanga lyaffe tetulina kyakukola muganda wange Jime. Naye obukyayi bungi ka airtime kateeko okwo oba kadata kateeko okwo ku namba yaffe ebeerako ku mukutu gwa EKTV tusobola okuweereza ensi tubaweereze bulungi eyo gye muli mu mawanga embeera mbeere nga namwe mugitegeera. Kakati nno waliwo abadde abuuza nti naye abasirikale be bawa pulezidenti tebasobola kubeera nga bamuyamba mu mbeera ng'eno. Njagala nkubulire mukwano gwange atugoberera nti pulezidenti good morning muganda wange Mugema Nicholas webale kubeerako. Webale nnyo webalire ddala abaana bayo Kizito Waigulu webale nnyo webalire ddala kubeerako n'abalala mwenna. Abasirikale be bawa pulezidenti okubeera nga atambula nabo batono nnyo kwaba basirikale ababeera bamusazeeko. Olunaku olwaleero n'olwajjo emmotoka ezibadde zikwata mu 30 zibadde zitambulira ku pulezidenti nga muno mubaddemu emmamba, mubaddemu emmotoka ebikasuka amazzi, mubaddemu patrol za poliisi, mubaddemu pikapu ez'amagye. Emmotoka 30 nga waliwo ezibeera eri mu maaso Bosa Arafa. Bino biraba oli mu ggwanga lya UAE mu kibuga Abu Dhabi. Wuliriza 30 waliwo ezibadde mu distance nga zigenda ne zibeera eri mu maaso ne zigoba abantu wagenda okuyita. Waliwo ezibadde zitambula nga ziri zisoose okuvaawo ezigoba abantu in case bakomyewo nga waliwo eziddakaawo. Kaakati olwo ne wabaawo ate ezijja nga zitambula ne mwami Kyagulanyi. Waliwo ezimbeera mu mabbali, waliwo ezimukulembera, waliwo ezimubeera emabega. Okategedde? Much love Ashley webale nnyo. Shari bamuyita at Shari webale nnyo. Kigenyi Francis nawe kwoli Franka webale nnyo webalire ddala. Uidisero webale nnyo webalire ddala kubeerako. Kakati nno bino nga bigenda mu maaso nga bwe mbategeeza nti pulezidenti finally okusinziira ku nteeseganya oba ku nzikiriziganya Pamela amaze n'agenda ne bamuyisaawo n'agenda ku hotel. Naye kyannaku nnyo bino byonna mubiraba bigenda mu maaso kikyali kituuza. Katumba Oto good morning Kasese kikyali kituuza Kato ne Mutabaazi mugambe tanaaziyo. Latifu webale nnyo balire ddala kubeerako. Latifu Duma webale nnyo. Odei Sesanga Mutabaazi mwebale nnyo n'abalala. Henry naawe wuno zze nkulabye. Isa ni Saabirye Henry Laston Saabirye Frank nakutumidde dda ne Mishe. Kakati nno embeera bwetyo bweri era ebigambo bwetyo bitambudde. Olunaku olwaleero olunaku olw'enkya pulezidenti agenda serere. Wabula twetaaga essaala ez'amaanyi ennyo kubanga waasuze tetumanyi oba yeebase oba asuza atudde. Ekyo isima olina okukimanya. Ekyo isima olina okukimanya. Mr. White naawe olina okukimanya. Tetumanyi wa president asuza atunula oba yeebase. Nabategeeza olunaku olwaleero nti mwami Kyagulanyi ku lunaku olw'omukaaga ayolekera ebitundu ewa Speaker Annette Among, naye nga mukimanyi nti oyo ye ne mwami Kyagulanyi bali kabwanango ddala era tebalima kambugu, era omukyalo oyo yasingiri ddala okubeera nga awa.
From your hand to theirs, your international transfers just got upgraded to over 100 countries worldwide. With Airtel Money and Juba Express, sending money anywhere in the world is now faster, easier, and more affordable. Whether it's London, Paris, Lagos, Dubai, Nairobi, or New York, your money gets there in seconds. Dial *185*1#, select option 4 for international transfers, then select option 4 again, send through Juba Express to send money to any wallet or bank or cash collection point. Get more value for every transfer. Enjoy great forex rates and the freedom to send money to any mobile money wallet, bank or cash collection point instantly and securely. Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
Abali mu parliament y'eggwanga Uganda abagenda okwereza munnansi nga kati baasalawo ebyabatwala mu parliament ne babivaako ne badda mu kulya ensimbi. Okawulya muganda wange Sembul Seggane webale kubeerako, Matovu John Moses nawe webale kubeera nga kwoli olunaku olwaleero. Mutabaazi Atanazio, I'm here live Magere on his gate. Muganda wange mwebale kubeera nga mukuuma akafo ka president Magere awo. Kakati no wiki namba temugenda kumulabako, tugenda kubeera naye Dennis Kasumba. Dennis Kasumba ono mumanyi. Dennis Kasumba ono teyaliyo Dennis Kasumba ono nali nkozeeko naawe. Kasumba nkutukumidde nnyo muganda kubanga waliyo baddeko UAE. Sooka ombuulire Kasumba Dennis, waliyo baddeko UAE mu Transguard. Abaana ba Transguard mwenna abaliko mbatumiddeko nnyo. Eyo nagikubako emyaka gyalinga 6. Namukadde naye wono kwali Stella Ansereko mwebale nnyo mwebale eddala Nasozi Pamela kakati ani gwe naatumira ani gwe naaleka. Oluusi nemesebwa n'okwogera ensonga nga mwenda nnyina okubakoonako kubanga muli bantu baffe mwagaana abamu okusubscribinga ku mukutu gwaffe, naye eyo si ensonga kasita ebigambo bigenda mu maaso mubiraba. Mutunulire poliisi eno njagala otunulire poliisi eno engeri gye yeeyisaamu abasirikale abakwatamu 40 abambadde ebyambalo by'amagye, abambadde ebyambalo bya poliisi, bonna nga batunulidde omuntu omu His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Wabula badde akulira konvoyi yabwe olunaku olwaleero oba operation. Avolio n'ategeeza nti ekikoza bino byonna kye bava babikola nti mwami Kyagulanyi mbu muntu wa nkizo nnyo, era mbu mwami Kyagulanyi muganda wange Lumbuye Umaru mbu yeetaaga obukuumi obw'amaanyi ennyo ne Mugisa Mugambe Isaabirye Emmanuel nayo kwoli, era nti abasajja bano bino kye bavudde babikola mbu balwana okukola bino byonna kubanga sefute ya mwami Kyagulanyi gye batunuulidde ennyo, era nti balwana nnyo okulaba nga bamukuuma. Kyava bamulemesa okwebaka mu budde, kyava bamulemesa okutuuka gy'alaga mu budde, ndowooza kyebava bamulemesa okubeera n'abakuumi be yali ateeseteese okutambula nabo mu kalulu. Kaakati nno y'ensonga lwaki bagamba nti mwami Kyagulanyi mbu bamuwa bukuumi. Kakati waswa ebigambo bitegedde. Era nga wenjogerera bino, omusajja amanyidwa nga Lale Madowa ono nga ye munnamawulire eyatutte President Kyagulanyi Ssentamu ku CNN live, ebigambo bimwononekedde. Njagala ompulirize bulungi. Okusinza ku mawulire ge tufuna galaga omwami ono bweyita nabakubeera nga ajja munda mu ggwanga Uganda, lwaki isi yamuwa security Matovu abuuza Moses yamuwa security eyo isi kubanga security eyo yakumukuuma ng'atuuse waasula, yakumukuuma ng'atambula agenda ku campaign gy'alagako, yakumukuuma ng'ali ku campaign. Okategedde eyo security yamuweebwa. Security yamuweebwa yo ogwo gwe mulimu gwayo. Let one person sleep with the president with the camera. No, tekikkirizibwa. President yetaga privacy yenga omuntu. Jukira ku bantu fena bakosa kamera. Tekuli muntu n'omu asobola kubeera mu privacy ya president. Tusobola okukwata amawulire, tusobola okugaba tuusaako, naye tutandikira mu ddiiro. Anyway, bwebanga emergency ne mu kisenge tusobola okuyingira oba mu ruumu mwali, naye as per now tekisoboka. Kyovala nti wali munnamawulire n'omu akuloosinze kuva wabweru ku compound kuyingira ne president munda mu ruumu. Emmotoka zino zoolaba zonna nga bw'oziraba ezigoberera omuntu omu, naye kisinga okubeera nga kikwewunyisa muganda wange Bosa. Bantu bangi abeesimbyewo bali 89. 89 mujja kunzijukizaamu awo. Naye bano bonna abalala balina emmotoka emu. Era eriko baserikale bokka abaaweebwayo issi. Naye mwami Kyagulanyi nga bw'olaba emmotoka nkugambya 30 zezimutambulirako. Nga kuliko neya issi eyamuweebwa emu. Bamwongerako endala emmotoka 29. Talina kamera ku ngoye ze. Ayina essimu ye. Era essimu eriko kamera. Okitegeera? Naye no sleep naye Mukama akuma. Yes, Mukama akuma. What I know, nti president tasobola kubeera nga yeebaka mu buliri obwo. Ekyo kyo nkikukakasa kubanga mugezi nnyo. Byansi njagala okimanyi, all the bad deeds they are doing will pay off. Katusabe Mukama kibalama maaka ffe tuli ku bunkenke ewiikwe asaagala mutye mukakane. Though president tali safe, ne bw'aba ayingidde mu ruumu taba safe. Naawe kenyini weebuyikwe toli safe. Nange kenyini siri safe kubanga okusinziira ku bigenda maaso munda mu ggwanga Uganda, munda mu gavumenti ya Mwami Museveni tewali ali safe. Tuleba abantu bangi nnyo abagobwa ku mataka gaabwe, abakubwa amasasi ku mageeti, abaweebwa obutwa. Ono abooza Ramadhan, what happened to Larry Mado? Enabadde nkyakuulya. Anti kakati mukwano gwange nti comment zijjanga nnyingi oluusi nenvako ku mulamwa katono. Larry Mado okusinziira ku mawulire ag'enfuna galaga bwe yayita n'abakubeera nga ajja munda mu ggwanga Uganda nga wabula ennaku 2 ayingire eggwanga Uganda, Mwami Museveni yatowa order. Era ono yategeeza nti Larry Mado tayagala kumulabako munda mu ggwanga Uganda. Okusinziira ku ebyo byagenda maaso munda mu ggwanga lya Tanzania, omusajja ono be ya documenti nga mwabiraba. Jjukira nti internet yaggyibwako okwekalakasa nga kugenda maaso munda mu ggwanga Uganda. Kakati omwami ono wa CNN Larry Mado yasigalayo. Saagala werabe nti CNN eno esobola n'okukosa satellite n'emanya ekigenda maaso buli wamu gwe niwe waggyeko internet. Kakati omwami ono yasobola okudocumenti nga byonna ebyaliwo mu nzikiza munda mu ggwanga erya Tanzania. Era ono yatuuka okuta obutambi bwe yakola mu documentary nga bulaga engeri abantu gye battibwamu munda mu ggwanga erya Tanzania. Abantu battibwanga mu Kirindi, abantu baaziikibwanga mu ntaana mu Kirindi, abantu babalumbanga mu malwaliro ne babasanjaga, babalumbanga mu masinzizo ne babatta, abantu baakubwanga obubazzi, abantu baatemwangako emitwe, abantu baakubwanga amasasi. Era nga n'okusingira ddala abantu bano abamu abaakubanga abantu amasasi, okusinziira ku mawulire galaga nti abasirikale bano tebaali baggwanga lya Tanzania kubanga bano baali tebamanyi bulungi Luzungu, bayogera ngo sorry, baali tebamanyi bulungi Luswayiri. Oluswayiri lwabwe lwali lufu, naye ng'okusinga bayogeranga Luzungu. Kakati nga twebuuza basirikale kyaba bayogeranga ennyo Luzungu naye ng'Oluswayiri lwabwe siriwe Tanzania, nga boogera Oluswayiri naye ng'Oluswayiri lwabwe lulaga nti siriwe Tanzania lufu. Abasirikale abo baavaawa? Kati omusajja bino byonna wadde internet yali eggiddwako yabikwata n'akola documentary n'agitera ensi yonna n'egiraba. Kakati Mwami Museveni gwe kuwa order naga nti otamwagala wano, wabula amala okumwogerako wayita ennaku 2 zokka omusajja oyo ayingira munda mu ggwanga Uganda. Era twamulabyeko ng'akola live ng'ali ne President Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Magere, n'addamu n'akola live ng'ali ne President mpuliriza mu convoy ng'etambula ng'agenda ku Rally nabera live ku CNN. Kakati n'okusinza ku mawulire ge tufuna galaga nti omusajja ono yandikakibwa okufuluma eggwanga Uganda, nti omusajja ono yandisendasendebwa okufuluma eggwanga Uganda ku kifuba oba ku ddembe. Bino byonna tubirindiridde okubiraba n'okubitunulira n'okubiwuliriza n'okubigoberera. Tujja kubibawa binaaba nga kisobose n'afuluma, tujja gabategeeza era mujja gategeera. Bw'anaaba nga amazeeko kampeyini wonna wonna n'ebinaagenda mu maaso era mujja kubeera nga mukola ki, nga mubitegeera. Mujjukira abasajja Bannakenya ababiri, okwali omusajja Bobu Nzagi oba Bobu Njagi ne munne Nicholas oyo. Bano baakwatibwa munda mu ggwanga Uganda nga Mwami Kyagulanyi atandise okubeera nga akuba kampeyini mu bitundu eby'ebusoga, era bano baasibwa okumala ebbanga eryawerako, wabula ng'okusooka gavumenti ya Mwami Museveni bano yali yabeegana nti si ye balina, wabula oluvannyuma yakkiriza nti ffe tubalina era baali bali mu firiigi nga gye baterekeddwa. Kaakati nno ebyo byonna byonna byaliwo era ebyaliwo byabakolwako mwabiwulira, era bano baava ne bategeeza nti ne muganda wa General Kainda Otafiire baamusangayo endeyo munda mu Seero nga naye yasibwa ng'aliyo mu mbuzi ekogga. Kaakati nno ebigenda mu maaso byebyo mu bufunze kulale mado n'ebigenda ebirala mu maaso. I thought
Congrats, my guy. Show up when it counts. Be home your way. Send money from the UK to over 10 African countries with the best exchange rates at zero transfer fee, delivered in minutes. Download Lemfi today.
Yeah.
manya etosobola kubeera nga obeesiga tebeesigika, naye nga ye hotel amaze okubeera nga agifuna ne ruumu pulezidenti mwagenda okubeera nga yeebaka, naye nga kyemukakasa atasobola kubeera nga agenda kwebakayo kubanga akimanyi bulungi nnyo nti naye waatebuukingidde tewaba seefu yadde n'akamu n'akatono. So embeera yeeyo mikwano gyange, naye buli ekitandika kiba n'enkomerero. Obutereevu bwe kiri ekyo bwe kiri tekiriiko kubuusabuusa. We can't do you think CNN will just keep quiet? Ati kisoboka akibomanya tebalina kyebayinza kumukola. Ekinene nnyo kyebayinza okumukola bwe kiba nga akyayagala okubeera muno, bayinza okumuforcinga deportation. Ayinza okuba nga yazze ennaku 3-2 addeyo, byonna bisoboka, naye nga kyemmanyi tebalina kyebayinza kumukola leka kikwata ku bulamu bwe. Ekyo tekisuubira. Pulezidenti ayite ku mikutu aduumire, tikisoboka. Pulezidenti ayagala nnyo emirembe. By the way, njagala mbabuulire, tewali muntu ayagala mirembe wano munda mu ggwanga Uganda kwenkana His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Ye musajja asinga okwagala emirembe. That's why nti tapreachinga violence. Ayagala nnyo ekintu ebyeddembe. Amagye ne poliisi nkutegeeza muganda nge Kizito go gagenda na kusulawo, okategedde, gagenda kusulawo ku hoteeri eyo, era gano bagana asulawo ku makya waliwo amalala gagenda okuyiika gajje ng'ate gano gagenze. Bwe kyoba omanya nakugambye nti kati bakyusizzaamu emmotoka ezikwata mu 20 wakati wa 2 na 30 ze zitambulira ku Mwami Kyagulanyi nga zonna zaaba byakwerinda, era nga mu mmotoka zino mubaamu n'emmamba ezikuba ennyonyi. Weebuuza emmamba ziba zaaki? Emmamba tebaako emu wabula zibeeramu 2+. Njagala okubisemu akafaananyi, amafuta, ensimbu y'omuwi w'omusolo egenda awo bwetyo yonna yaaki, nga ba presidential candidate abalala bonna tebaliiko yadde emmotoka yakubiri. Okitegeera, babeera n'emmotoka emu isi gye yabawa naye mwami Kyagulanyi emmotoka zikwata 20. So embeera bwetu bwefaananye, naye ndowooza mu ddakiika nga 10 mujjako enzikiriza mu nte okujjako alina kyagamba. Tujja kubeera nga tukyogerako wano. Musemererwe Odedi batunyigiriza ekimala. Ibrahim leero tewali kwebaka, kyetugenda kwebaka muganda kuba gye twavudde wala. Sempala Francis emmotoka mugikuume, ate bagiyiwaamu obutwa, byonna bya Katonda. Leira Powers naawe kuoli Lumbuye Omar wakyabaddeko. Nasozi Pamela webale kubeerako Katuleti mu stop alive because they don't. Bright Masiko naye kiki ennyo ebyo byonna byonna byetaaga kubuuza Mwami Museveni. Mugume Nicholas webale kubeerako mukando gwange muganda wange. Ibrahim nakusomeddeko. Mpozi ono omulala yani hashtag Lula service. Erinnya ppanvu nnyo bannange anti nange nkooyi. Kyagulanyi Gerard president agenda ebweru afune treatment. Tasobola kugenda ng'akyali ku campaign essaawa zino, tukyamwetaaga. Nyokera campaign zigenda geterera paka ennaku z'omwezi nga 13 14. So which means president akyabuzayo ennaku nga 26 27 eza campaign okusobola okubeera. Good night guys, let's meet tomorrow. Ekyo kituufu. President mwenna mukimanye amaze okufuna hotel, era nga wenjogerera yamaze okubeera nga ayingira munda mu hotel mwagenda okubeera nga situmanyi oba aneebaka oba teyeebake, naye nga eyo hotel gyafunye mwagenda okubeera nga asula. Basajja bagimukase kifuba nakola ki, naye nga sagala mujjukire ne mu kalulu kali president yasulako ku kkubo. Crescent crane, a symbol symbolizes victory to our president Christopher. Webale nnyo bali ddala. Tomorrow tugenda kwekalakasa. Nedda tetuyinza kwekalakasa nga president talagidde. Enkya agenda serere, tumanyi oba anaagenda. Ekyo kyoba omanya. Malayika ziyise mu ŋŋaali zijja mukuuma. Kituufu nnyo, webale nnyo bali ddala. Robert agamba don't go live uncle, stay alive bambi. Muganda wange njabise, muganda wange nkoyola abakomuledi bonna bagenze dda, bavuddeko bagenze kwebaka. No matter what the president is going through, no condition is permanent. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala ababaddeko nange. We are watching live bro wetuli. Kituufu we muli naye mumanyi nti nange njabisa okuva ku makya bwankakeeredde bwaddi nange ate nga n'enkya nnyina okubeera nga mbaweereza. Ekyo mukimanyi. Brother Lest also waiting for tomorrow duty, we are praying for you. Amina. Muganda nange Maganda Mustafa bw'ati aŋŋambye nange mpumule anzikiriza. Mugume Nicholas, good night, we meet tomorrow morning friends. Ekyo kituufu nnyo. Thank you so much. Sleep well. Let God protect you. Mugani Titus, good night my president. Kawuki Mike, Katonda akuume. Conrad, let him stay. Luija Ramadhani, tusiima nnyo empeereza yo, webale kusiima. Naye president abaana badde baga nti asule mu mmotoka, tayinza kusula mu mmotoka. Tony, big up bro. Thank you bro. Bandu webale nnyo, let God take control. Good night. Bantu balina saazi kamera wedda kwali. So kyekyo muganda wange namukadde naawe wedda kwoli. Ka Raymond naye wunaze. Tuke Mark Jonathan Mbabazi, nze sirina tulo leero. Mwebake president amaze finally n'atuuka ku kifo. N'atuuka ku kifo wagenda okupoera. Kati nno okujjako nga mwagala ate nsooka embazeeko mu byabaddewoko, mbalage bwe byatandisa abamu abatabaddeeko. Thanks for love bro. Nono David Austin. We have left the rest to Almighty. Kituufu nnyo. Conrad official naye wuyo kwali. Ibrahim Semambo oyo naye kwali singa buli atuuka video nogimpeera like, buli atuuka video nogimpeera like, buli aliko video nogimpeera ekigalo, ekyo kikola nnyo mukwano gwange mpuliriza, mba sina kyenkubanja. Nonyigako like be papa, nonyigako ekigalo be papa, ekyo nno kiba kikulu nnyo. Information yaffe beetalaga netuuka wonna we twagala etuuke ku lw'ensi yaffe. Buli lwonyigako like oba wadde video eno mileage, buli muntu yenna waali asobole okubeera nga ategeera ebigenda maaso munda mu ggwanga Uganda. Kale no kiba kikulu nnyo ekyo, teweerabiranga mukadde wange. Anyway, ndowooza embeera bwetyo bwefaananyi olunaku olwaleero. Saagala nnyo okufuuka mulungi omu. Musama Lisima Musa Malisima Mugume Nicholas nakutumidde dda Nayiga Halima ogembadde sene bakoonako. Mukama yeebale ku saving our president. Regina Mulumba Kyagulanyi Jju Christopher nakutumiddeko dda. Jessica Kaziba bannange buli Wally, please kneel down and pray for you. Hono Kyagulanyi. Binul Rayum, big up pro. Sendege Johnny. Oh bro, what's behind that? Crescent Crane. Crescent Crane esangiddwawo wano ku hotel. President we bamuleese okusula. Let us assume it is a symbol of peace. Yes. Katugambe nti symbol of peace. Eke wamma webale. Weera byeko ku ŋŋaali. Wamma walabyeko ku ŋŋaali. Ese ŋŋaali nagirabye. Naye muganda wange Ramadhan, mwe muwandiika muti ekigambo ŋŋaali, nze simu yange nga teriiko peesa lya ŋŋa. Mwe ŋŋa mugijjawa? Leeta ŋŋa. Nze ku simu yange teriiko ŋŋa. Oba mwe mugijjawa? Ne bwe ndunula ku mapeesa gonna ku kompyuta zino zonna ze nkozesa, sirabako peesa lya ŋŋa. Naye ndabye gwe wandiise ŋŋaali. Eŋŋa ogijjiibwa ssebo. Omanyi wadde tuli mu nnaku naye oluusi tusaagasaagamu kubanga ekyokukola tubadde tulina. Oluusi tusaagasaagamu baganda bange. Oluusi tusaagasaagamu. Naffe tubadde tulina kyakkola. Musantu gaaka tusaagesaagemu. Naye kaakati epeesa lya ŋŋa ng'oligyeewa? Asooka otubuulire. Waliwo aŋŋambye wano nti mbateereko nsooke mbalabeko ku butambi obumu obwabaddewo ng'embeera emu tennabakubeera ng'ebeerawo, naye nga biwanvu nnyo. Bannange munansaasira, mujja kunsaasira. Obutambi buno ngenda kubujjawa. Abantu babiri be bansabye ne batulaga gye byatandikidde, naye bannange si byangu. Bwe tuba nga tumaze okukola waako ono, oluusi atutawaanyamukko okumufuna gye twamugye, oluusi gye yavudde. Ate nga bw'oba nga omuntu asabye oluusi manjagala ne nkuteerako, kubanga mmanyi nti abamu oluusi baba bagala ejje ebindabe oba alina kyeyataddeyo wano nkibateereko mpola mpola, kubanga buli omu aba yeetaaga okutegeera ensonga eno gye yavudde. Abantu bangi oluusi basiba bali mu mirimu, kakati ekawungeeza awo oluusi bafunamuko ku budde ne bakaka tuyiteetekoko tulabe. Abamu basula ku night duties. Ffe abamu twali tubadde nga tusula ku night duties ezo nga tukola emirimu egyo. So simanyi oba bwe nkuteerayo bateerayoko wano katono nembeera nga mbalaga gye byatandikiddeko ebisinga okuba eby'omuzinzi. Akati byenkuteerako wano nkulage byatandise bitya.
Afuluma galewawo
eno gye twatandikidde. kakati nno twatandise bwe tutyo emikwano gyange awo otyo bwe twatandise wabadde okulya n'okkomba essowaani okategedde
nabana obunoonya obwo
kakati njagala weetegereze abadde Kenya Alex
buli mu kumulisa tobanga bunoonya
ali Kenya leave president elect alone kati njagala weetegereze bugende okukyenkya nga twolekedde esserere nga buli kimu okyebyo bwe kyabadde kakooza musisi kakati ki ekiriwo tetuyise mbibadde bititikinye muganda kakooza tobaddeewo pulezidenti asimatuse n'okuttibwa egwe kyoba omanya pulezidenti olwaleero asimatuse busimatuse kuttibwa libaddewo ssaawa mmeka hende muyanga awuuza ebyo byonna byatandise pulezidenti ng'amaliriza laale ye ng'alekedde gyadde agenda okusula abasajja ne bamulemesa kifuba ne bamusalako awo twamazeewo essaawa 3 ne bamusindika agenda asula essoloti pulezidenti n'asindika konvoyi tiimu ye eri mu kibuga Soroti n'abagamba mu buukinga ngenda okusula ne babuukinga pulezidenti wabadde agenda okusula emmotoka ne zivugibwa nga zolekedde Soroti ebadde buli ddakiika 5 pulezidenti yatuuka ku wotero kwagenda okusula ne basuula ebiggwa ne bamusalako kaakati awo ensasagge weetandikidde ojja kgenda tojja kgenda mumwanzikiriza okujja eno sijja kudda mabega oba okitegeera kakati awo tabbo weetandikidde wenukakana tiyagaasa avuddeyo emmotoka ziyongedde mwami Kyagulanyi zimusazeeko emabega ne maaso ebyo bibaddewo baganda bange ne bamulemesa naye mujjukira ekyaliwo nti embeera bweti yatukako ku pulezidenti Kyagulanyi n'atuuka n'okusulako mu mmotoka ndowooza byali bitundu byeruuko oba byali bitundu byawo musobola okubeera nga mukijjukizaako bakwano bange pulezidenti yasula mu mmotoka mu kalulu ka 2021 akaaliwo mujjukira yatuuka okusula mu mmotoka nga all hotels bamulemesezza okuzisulamu
abafuluma galewo
obadde bunkenke nnyo awo tumazeewo essaawa 3 nga tuli awo bannamawulire bakubiddwa tiyagaasa bakubiddwamu ekitebeza essaawa zibadde 3 ez'ekiro ng'ekifo kirimu magye nga kirimu poliisi nga kirimu abantu abakutte emmundu naye nga bali mu ngoye za bulijjo ne bannamawulire naye nga bannamawulire tebakkirizibwa ate kukwata kamera kuzitunza wali pulezidenti okitegedde nga tewali era kakati kwera okuyingira mu mmotoka munda abadde waggulu ku mmotoka bonna ne bawanulwayo olowooza ki ekibadde kigenda mu maaso era ebadde pulaani ki pulezidenti yalirira Sebbowa Jime muganda wange balinye bali eddala ojjukira bwe yali erira si lwe bawamba Tundula ne batta ne Yasini Kawuma oluleke lwali lwa Kasiyani Wadduli ng'agenza okumusabira kampeyini ku olwo bawamba Tundula ne bamusuza mu hotelo tiyasulamu infacti mu hotelo tiyasulamu ku olwo le baparedinga emmundu ne bagamba nti bamusanze n'emmundu bamukwata n'omukwata ne bamukuba nnyo mu hotelo mwe yali ku olwo tiyasula mu mmotoka naye twali mu kalulu kano aka 2 mugumu anyway mpozi ngeri yali azeeyo mu bitundu bya Arua tomanya ayinza okuba yali Arua oba yali Arua naye nga saagala obiggate na biri ebya Kasiyani Wadduli mulira mu Arua naye ayinza okuba nga yalirira tomanya kuba kati wano Sebbowa naye bannaye embo ezo simanye nakumanya oba yali mulira, ayinza okuba alirira nga saaluwa okay, ayinza okuba alirira tomanya. Yasula bweru mwena mujjukira bwe yakera n'anaaba mu maaso n'ekicupa ky'amazzi ekyalwenzooli. Yasula talidde, yasula tanaabye nga talina kyanywedde, naye kati olowooza gye bamusuzizza olwaleero agenda kulyayo ki? Alina kyagenda okulyayo, alina kyagenda okunywayo, kitegeeza era asuza enjala. Jjukira nti yali amuteekateekera ku byokulya bye we yali yeesiga, yali Saddani Magic nga bwe nabategeezezza. Abasajja bamukuba ne bamwasa omutwe, alina okufuna treatment paka lwaliwona. Kitegeeza tatambudde naye. Okitegeera Jessica? So kati embeera bwetyo bwe yatandise nga buli muntu alina okweggalira mu mmotoka kifuba. Amagye gabadde gakwata mu nsanvu kinaana gabaddewo ne poliisi. Emmotoka nga babaga ne maaso. Eno yensi gye bagamba mbu baleeta emirembe, baleeta otulo. Oba okitegeera? Akati nga weebuuzira nga bateekawo ne demokasi, abantu baddembe okubeera nga bawagira gwe baagala, era buli muntu waddembe okwesimbawo awakanya mwami Museveni. Wabula nga ebyo bigenda mu maaso kasita ovaayo omuwakanya. Ebyo bye bibeerawo, ebyo by'olaba, ebyo by'ofuna, nayiga byebyo. Naye nga kya kyolina okumanya, tewali awangula bukulembeze ng'ayise kakeeka. Bibeera byakutoba, byakutoba. Abasajja bano balaba ebyagenda mu maaso munda mu ggwanga erya Kenya, muganda nga Essebbo wa Jime. Aho baali mu Arua, kituufu. Aho baali mu Arua. Kati abasajja balaba ebyagenda mu maaso munda mu ggwanga erya Kenya. Ne balaba ebyagenda mu maaso munda mu ggwanga erya Tanzania. Balaba ebyagenze mu maaso munda mu ggwanga erya Nepal, kibuga Kathmandu, nga Prime Minister waayo yatuuse n'okubeera nga agobwa. Balaba ebigenze mu maaso munda mu mawanga gano aga Afirika amalala. Waliwo eggwanga awo eddala ery'eggwanga eriri mu Afirika wano, President gye bamumaamuddeko gye buvuddeko, liri no mu maserengeta ga Africa endyerabidde. Kati obunkenke buyitirivu nnyo, era njagala nkutegeeze ky'ova olaba nti bakola ekisoboka kyonna okulaba nga mu mbeera.
Is your phone failing to upgrade to Airtel VoLTE? Follow the steps below to update your phone software and enjoy uninterrupted streaming and high-definition calls. For Android users, open Settings, scroll down to System or About Phone, tap Software Update or System Update, tap Check for Updates. Below are the steps for iPhone. Open Settings, General, Software Update, wait a few seconds while the iPhone checks for available iOS updates. Then go to your phone's data settings and activate VoLTE. Enjoy seamless experiences, unlock endless possibilities, and become the invincible you with Airtel VoLTE.
Tegawera na miliyoni kyokolwa na kanene miliyoni 45. So babadde balina okutraininga bakifeesa babe mulaba ab'emiggo era babawa akasente akawerako okulwanyisa protest vote yetwolekedde. Jessica Kazibwe, can't the EC police officers talk to them? Bayogedde nabo naye nga tekisoboka. Waliwo abadde bakuba amasimu okuva waggulu. Babadde amasimu agabadde gakubwa oda nga ziva waggulu. Tetumanyi ani asindika oda okulaba nga mwami Kyagulanyi abeerawo essaawa zino zonna nga tanakubeera nga kyokka nga enkyagenda kukeera. Olwaliro bamulemesezza laala emu tazikubye, akubyeeko bitundu nga nenkya tetumanyi oba anaasobola okukeera okusinziira ku ssaawa zagenze yebasoba zagenda okwebaka okusobola okukeera okugenda gy'alaga. So kati byonna byebyo embeera eri munda mu ggwanga Uganda eteekebbwa abasajja abali mu buyinza. So kansooke mbaleke ku katono nnyo ku bigambo bino ndowooza tugenda kubeera nga ebisigale tubikwasaganya asooke balekeko live eno katono nnyo ole bwe bitambudde then nange ngenda kubeera nga nkomawo.
So that is the situation. It is 46 minutes past 10. They are not only violating his rights, but they are also violating the rights of Uganda because this is a registered presidential candidate. He's registered.
This radio also.
To campaign. He's following
Yes,
the roadmap that was
10:46.
assigned to him by the Electoral Commission that is led by Justice Simon Byabakama, the so-called Justice Simon Byabakama. But meanwhile, they are trying to provoke restoration, they are trying to provoke him. Now, the Electoral Commission security has been chased away. Now we are seeing the Electoral Commission security being impressed by the army. We don't know what exactly is going to happen next. We are not sure. Even us, no one is safe here. You see? We don't know what exactly is going to happen next. But it's like the army is taking over the East security. They have surrounded the entire place. Deployment is growing bigger every minute. So that is the situation in Uganda. We are in elections. We don't know what is going to happen next. We don't know what is going to happen next. We don't know what is happening next. But meanwhile, that's the situation.
You know, all these are police cars,
is in.
and that is the president's car. That's a military car.
We don't know what exactly they have used, where they have been like bullets, or tear gas and stars. But we
So-
saw him opening the door, coming out helplessly, and now he has returned back into the vehicle. They are not allowing anyone. They don't allow anyone to go where he is. All the East security guys have been
ndabanga bandi bagamba bakyuka ate kati yabona
they have been paper spraying. Dear Ghana, that's the situation which we are in. When we are here, we are
mwenye
also,
ubaayo omusajja wa
yeah, that is what is happening right now. We are just few meters away from Salt City. Those who have just joined the live, today we had you see that guy, there is that guy people have been speaking about who has been assaulting us the entire day. That guy, I don't know the phone can no longer zoom. We've been moving with that guy for the past 10 weeks. We've been moving with
Are they towing him?
moving with that guy. He's working with the city council.
omwabo ono amagi
tayagala fu aveewa
someone who left you.
Mwendi baba. Choma nyo mwendi. Nanti lage chinti ngakali mukono mwata mukwata kamera nikanona ni tochi December na mawulire mulabye mulabye de passport okinene kati wengo gambye nti kati nsokombe kati nganda bakwana bakovuga logo yo wecho ate sibadde ko na mask yo nate sibadde no bitegeera sibadde wali wansinga wasala niti bonanga wera ko kamera banda wala ande order lero zindala nnyo
Right, no malave bweru muzene pepper spray.
Never pepper spray but
Pepper spray mulala
wanga olaba toba kutasa ebadde genda kunywa kubanga ebadde yambisiza obi kuba gye basosola kubaawo tubadde tusobola
atadde bagenda gikuba direct abasinga oli kuki abuddo wange singa oyabujja omuli ennyama kati
ekyo bamanya mbadde leero
Obaddeko emabega.
Alwawe?
Kano sala. Buganda ngenda namala pakasene. Abadde agenda kujisika mpaka ku police station. Jenga yegayirira. Jenga yegayirira. Bobi nga yegayirira. Na ukajogeda ukala.
Muchi? Ukatugende mzee.
Aba basajja chakula
Let's go kuno mabale kabla sio kandi bachewa
Imodoka njya tugire
nyenzo kirabye mabega kibajjaba kati ngine kijjayo wano kikodde kachikatadde bagwe
okujja like baginjiye kweje mbadde nkimuliriza mutyo nekyebuzabuza like negenda naginjijako kati cowboy najja nakufungamu ne baba kifuidde omwana awokaweka kasitanga tegedde akategeddawakategeddawonegerinetuuze kakoze bwe kati wansi wenyini ntusinga bbiri ng'oli mu ddwaliro
Linda mzee. Tujende. Vuka tujende. Para.
Olunaku lwotasuubira kuba lubi lujja n'owewuunyoko nebboyo abantu tebasobola kwebaka saabazi
ekyo kyebalabya abafuuyira
kati bali mubera nga bamukuba nga tamufiiringa
ambye maaka oli bulungi maaka asigaddeyo
nze mbadde manyi sasi kalina engeri
olina owulya essasi oba owonye oba owonye
wamma kituufu ate yennyini ojje ne abaddewo
RPC wena agambye temunyeka nze nina komanda emu kyagwantayingira so temwemuleese mbinyingiza sajja adagenda kumulya sajja tubukingirira hoteri obuyingira ero bumanyira
yagiganje amutegeereze eno nedda zino gundi andibaddemu ena n'omusajja ali mu fokwota
njagala bamuleke afulume agende bakijayagala
Abdul Yusuf
wano tosobola kunkubirawo pepa spray nekyoba otaasize badde genda kunkola bubi wiiki emu singa siri ku trailo kati kyoba boyi wange
Ali enyuma.
Gwe kyomanya. Asajja otaasi. Baganda bange lunaku si lwangu leero oba ntandikire ku ki kuba nange kennyini nnyini ate Katonda ataasizza bibi. President bamukubye tiya gas. President bamukubye katiya gas. Bamuganye okuyingira ekibuga. Bamuganye okuyingira ekibuga Soroti. Uganda aziri sawa tande tetunaba kuwummulako yadde President ekitofu tali safe. Ne hoteri gye basazeewo okumuleetamu oluvannyuma lw'omugaana okuyingira ekibuga Soroti, oda nabo bennyini nnyini abazitadde mu nkola babadde bawoza kimu oda nkambwe, oda ziva wala, oda nefuuka oda, oda nezifuuka oda. Mwana lwaki tonfune tugenda wali n'ofunirayo kugundi k'okulya mwana wali. Tolina mukakulya konna kyomanya nfa ebya ddala serious ate sobola kujjako live. Good.
My plaza. Nkirabye kyekyolina omanya amaaso gange gabirawo tujja kwogera tujja kugenda eri soma gye yagenze soma yagenze bajjajja
wekyobamanya nkunoonyeza noonyezaako nkuloopere naye ma nkunoonyezaako nkuloopere naye nga naye nja mmalako my sister. Maka
Fair and white, get glowing.
agoberera pulezidenti agoberera pulezidenti na wano we bamuleese nawo era bakyamuwondera muba mumanya mugenda nokututta oyo simanyi oba bamuzuuminga obulungi mumulaba naye nga yoyo yo
Ulya mutezi. Mutezi. Bamubawe mumulye.
Don't push. Don't push.
Mulimba nnyo RDC we Maracha we Kabongo wa mwena ne mu hoteli baba kulire mu mwera mulimba nnyo namwe
ayagala sula mulomu yemu ne president ate lwaki badduka nga ate bamanyi bakola kituufu kyemuba mumanya wano mugenda gatukuba naye omuntu gwe muli mu kutya mubaleemu emyaka nga mubale tomanya ngali mazeeko emirembe mwana bannange eri yasobola okungulirayo ku kyeggulo naye ekyo ngenda kigulawo woteeri pulezidenti wazze okusula woteeri pulezidenti wazze okusula zizino eziriwo bamulagiridde okusula bamuganye wonna wabadde akyuzinga okusula kyekino ekigenda mu maaso ogwange bamulese okusula. Oh my brother. Oh, good. How are you, my brother? Aliruda. This is Ogwang. Remember where we were before we entered the town? Actually, Kataku town is part of this constituency when they blocked us the first time. Oh. You can come and tell people why. You know? A little dog one. You should be inside here. Can I just talk about the day? Good evening, members. Once again, my name is Emmanuel Elau. I'm the NUP flag bearer for Soroti City West. We have just reached this hotel. Okay, let's. Good evening, everyone online. My name is Emmanuel Elau. I am the NUP flag bearer for Soroti City West Division. We have, as you can see in the background here, we have just reached this hotel. It is now 11:15. We have just reached the hotel in Soroti town called Hazi Resort. Having stayed at a roadblock meters away, about less than a kilometer away from here for the past 2.5 hours, because the police and the military blocked the entire place, so had no access to enter town. Remember, Bobi Wine, first before he became a candidate, is also a Ugandan citizen, and therefore with the freedom to pass on any road, to go and sleep in any hotel of his choice. Now what the police and the military did was to block him from entering Soroti town, where he wanted to sleep at a hotel called Landmark Hotel. So they kept us blocked at that place for over 2 hours. You can imagine. They threw tear gas canisters at his vehicle. The entire team has been suffering, okay, with no access to the town. So it's just a few minutes ago that we have been able to access this hotel, and now we're here. Still, we've been followed by a lot of military people and police as well. The RCC had also come here, but he has just gone away as a result of the media attention that had been placed on him. But the team here has also discovered that there's a minister here, Peter Gwang, in whose constituency were blocked this afternoon. That's in Katakwi town. We're blocked from there. As you can see, his vehicle is there. We're blocked before we proceeded to Kapelebyong. When I went back again, we were also blocked in just a few meters away from Amuria town. And so we have endured almost 5 hours to reach this hotel that we're in right now. Now, this is a very bad situation, and no Ugandan should condone this. The military forces work for the people of Uganda, and whatever they're doing is not in good spirit. This hotel right here is called the Hase Resort, which is within Soroti City, but it's about 3 to 4 kilometers out of town, which was not the preferred choice of the president, but because of the military might that had been displayed and the threats of towing his vehicle and tear gas and all that, we were left with no choices but to come here. Now, this is the entire world must condemn these actions. It is totally unacceptable. It goes against all the laws of this country under the constitution and other places that guarantees every Ugandan the freedom to access any part of this country, freedom of movement and all that. So it's very offensive, and as a flag bearer for Soroti district, I am very disturbed by this, and I believe the people of Teso are also disturbed by these developments. This is not the Teso that we should be in. This is not how the security should have treated the presidential candidate in our region. So whichever Teso leader has perpetrated this today needs to be condemned in the strongest terms possible, because this is not acceptable. This is not who we are as the people of Teso. We, the people of Teso, welcome everybody, and we love Bobi Wine, and I believe the people of Teso are going to vote for Bobi Wine in spite of the intimidation. Okay, we love Bobi Wine, and that is it. No matter what they do, we're going to stand together. People power.
Go on, brother.
Yeah,
we still have a time.
Tomorrow, for those of you who are still here, tomorrow we'll have a program. We're going to be in Serra district during the course of the day. After that, we're going to have a mega rally in Soroti town. A mega rally. Take note of that. The president is going to come back and enter Soroti via a Suret side, if he's not blocked by the security forces again. But ultimately, we are going to go to Nakatunya Primary School, which is in Soroti City West Division, my own constituency. And so we invite everyone who is able to come, as long as you're not on a hospital bed, please stand up in Soroti Division West at Nakatunya Primary School. We've seen places where even patients have left their hospital beds and come to receive the president. And so we believe that all of you are going to come in your numbers tomorrow to welcome His Excellency Chagulanyi Robert Sentamu to Soroti City West Division. With me here is the mayor, is our mayoral candidate for Soroti City East Division, and I wish to have him also say a word.
Okay. Yeah. People power, our power. Our power, people power. My name is Solomon Epuru, a candidate for Soroti City East Division Mayor. I want to request the people of Soroti City East and the entire city, please turn up in big numbers. Please come and we welcome the president. Please, we need to wish our country to develop. We need a new Uganda. A new Uganda is me. A new Uganda is you. You, the citizen. You, the person who has got a NIN number for this country. Soroti City East, I want to request you, please come and turn up in the big numbers. If you come from Aloyet, you come from Ajikidak, you come from Madera, you come from Morapesur, you come from Pioneer Ward, you come from OPI, Opuyo, Otatai, Achetigwen, please come in big numbers. This is a new Uganda that we need to build together. I want to request, please, the security organs, stop intimidating. Stop intimidating the people who are fronting for change in this country. Uganda is not for Muhozi. Uganda is not for Muhozi Kainerugaba. Uganda is not for President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, but Uganda is for people that belong to this country. Please, this country belongs to a person who has got a NIN number for this country. I personally I've got a NIN number for Uganda, and I'm a Ugandan. I'm a citizen of this country. So I want to request people who have got authority, people who have got big offices, people who are intimidating others, please stop intimidating people. Uganda is for everyone. Uganda is not for Museveni. Uganda is not for Muhozi. Uganda is not for any other person, but Uganda belongs to everyone. Thank you so much. Please, people of Soroti City East, people of Soroti City West, please stand up in big numbers and come and welcome Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu tomorrow. People power, our power. New
You still
Uganda.
have time. You too.
Thank you so much. Please, even other people
Send
from...
message to all people from Soroti.
Okay, my message to people of Soroti City East. Number one, we need a city free of corruption. Number one, when you look at Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, for you to park your motorcycle, for you to park your bicycle in Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, you have to pay 1,000 shillings. Where does that money go to? You need a leader who is free of corruption. You need a leader who is capable of securing. Okay? Now, secondly, when you look at Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, for a surgical procedure...
I want to ask you this question.
Yes, please.
We had some top leaders are torturing people and grabbing land. How has it affected you in here in Soroti?
Thank you so much. Now, when you look at Soroti City, land has been grabbed. There is land that has been taken up by Pilgrim. This one I want it to be on record. There is land that has been taken up by Pilgrim, and that is under Calvin Echodu. Pilgrim has been managed by what? By who? By Calvin Echodu. Now, that land has been taken up by that person whom I've mentioned. Now, me, if I'm given the opportunity to lead the Soroti City East as a division mayor, I will make sure that that land comes back to the people.
On no ticket?
Yes, under
Okay.
NUP. I'm a flag bearer of NUP, Soroti City East division mayor.
Okay.
Now, if I'm given that opportunity, I'll make sure that that land comes back. Who are the people who sold that land to Echodu? Who are the people who sold that land to Pilgrim? How did the Pilgrim access that land? How did the Pilgrim get the title of that land? Okay, that is it. Me as a leader, as a person who is vying for that position, how did the Pilgrim access that land? Soroti Golf. Some of us who grew up in the city here, we are born of Soroti City East. We grew up in the city here. How did the Pilgrim, how did the Calvin Echodu access that land? Okay, so me as Solomon, I will make sure that the people of Soroti City East gain back their property, gain back their reputation, gain back what belongs to them. Thank you.
Palisa. They want
They have
now.
done the worst.
Officer, what do these people want?
They don't want us to go to town. They want us to go to this hotel.
The hotel they have booked for us themselves.
No, I cannot go where they book for me.
Can we find
Madam, come down and talk to him, not you. Let me talk to him, not you, madam. Please.
Okay, yaddi basi saladi lelo nedda bireke mukwano bireke togula bireke MTN ndaba ekomyewo.
The president talk to the president himself. No, you talk to the president himself, not us. He's above our responsibility. Our responsibility. We can't go over himself. We can't.
Live gisharinge nawe sirikale betolodde emmotoka ye. Ono musirikale yakubye oli omwana paper spray wuyo azze ayogere naye ye yakubye omwana luli paper spray kati wuyo azze
manyi mukibi
ate mbasaba muveeyo kubanga afande mukibi woba olaba nga anyiize oba olina muwagapo mukibi atugobyeyo waggulu. Oh my goodness. Afande mukibi tuvuddeyo mama afande mukibi kasita atugobyeyo ekiddako kumenya mmotoka ya president. Kati ye tuddewa oba tulemereyo. Mukibi atugobye waggulu ku mmotoka ekiddako kumenya mmotoka ya president. Kamale gasigalayo nzekka mukibi ayinza okunsonyiwa nga ndiyo nzekka. Mubaddeyo bangi bwe buzibu munyiiza nnyo mukibi. Mukibi bamunyiiza babaddeyo bangi.
Bamunyiiza bakoze ki?
Kati ndiyo nzekka.
Tugamba kitembe y'okubeera. Tokkiriza omuntu kulikirira layisizo.
Iye.
Bamunyiiza alina olukuto okukunzeeyo n'okukiraga. Tomanyi ddembe. Baddeyo waggulu bakubeera.
Okay. Bano jona abantu n'olira agamba bona abadde ki? Iyo n'obusungu ng'alina obusinga obwa mukibi. Lwaki alina obusungu bungi? Ndeka ggwe tontankuula olwedde nina ebizibu byange. Mukibi nvaaya ndikuvaaya. Bano. Kati tuddeko wa. Yo.
Tonight.
Ambadde sigga, ambadde envaayo. Zireyo. Mama.
I have been moving you, and you have been moving very well, coordinating with the police on the ground, and then you agree on the venue. But here you are afraid to agree with the police on the ground. I sleep. It is my right. But you agreed with police. Even me, you have never agreed with me. Yes, but you agreed with the territory police. This is where I'm going to sleep, and you eventually go there. Sir, I booked my hotel, and I go there. You know what you do. You're not supposed to stop. You're supposed to speak. Okay? You stop doing some campaigning. No, that one I did not stop from campaigning. You actually refused to go to your campaign event in a ceremony. You refused. Okay. Your campaign event was a ceremony. Right.
Can you imagine? Don't pepper spray. You know what they're doing? What Never know. Ayongeddemu n'omulala era galirayo ddala. Bagala sibaho leka nange bamunjiridde wano mpya wansiiwa
President namukuba mu basirikale nabwati abasirikale bamufiirira kati nabo mutabu
kana ng'ayitiriza bambi
kuli bamugamba
oba kinyumo kyalina kyanyumira bunyumo Kopena wengine.
amazima sisobola kunyonyola nti kyekigenda maaso kubanga okuva emisana babagala amakubo nemekutuukayo ekata twisa kampeyinize nga bamwalabye bagadde ekkubo ate bwe twagenza okupakinga ku saidi ekkubo twogere nga abakandidate abalala bakola sitokoba abayuma ne babimenya ne babigobawo namulya tusobodde kampeyininga bwagadde wekkubo ngetezinawera na saa 12 zatusanze ku road block nene bwe twabasabye nti katugenda mulya kuba twabadde bakusula mulya ne bagamba sikirizibwa kusula mulya zijje soeninga enkya nyina kampeyininga wano musoroti timu yaffe yazze ne bookinga hotel era hotel yandewa nteri naye twatuuse wano essaawa ezigenda kubeera 3 nga tuli wano ku road block banzikiriza kugenda mu hoteri kwebaka tebanyinyonyola nsonga yonna maze ebbanga ddene nga mbeegayirya abasirikale banzikirize nyine empumulo olwedde olunaku lubadde luwanvu naye tebanzikiriza kati simanyi kigendererwa ki simanyi oba obulamu bwaffe buli seefu oba buli matigga kuba bano abasirikale n'abapoliisi be balina obuyinza naye tunula ekkubo baligadde tebatukkiriza kweyongerayo banemeseza okampeyininga naye n'okwebaka baŋŋaanya ogenda okwebaka
so bwebakugaana okugenda gyoyagala bakuwa alternative ki
tebalina kyebanyeze baŋŋambye kati ono ofiisi abadde wano baŋŋambye kati egyoyagala ogenda okusula wenaye abawagizi bangi bajja kubonoba ovaayo bajja kukuwubira kkubo kyendowooza nti naŋŋambye n'okuŋŋamba nti awo kumpi naawo wenyina hoteri tyokumpi waliwo akatale nze sigenda mu katale kulabinga jagala genda mu hoteri kwebaka zigenda kubeera saawa 5 za kiro kyali ku road block kyembasabye ekintu kimu banzikirize ngende mpumule kubanga enkya nyina okuba kampeyini akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kakimanyi nti tulina kampeyini nga wano musoroti nga bwe tubadde tulina kampeyini ng'ekatakwina muriya gye bannemeseza olwaleero ekyennaku tina akakiiko k'ebyokulonda akafuga okulonda kuno kafuuse nampulira zino kefudde akatalaba kigenda mu maaso abakulembeze abapoliisi ba baasi byakagaba babeera ku TV buli nnaku nga batuusaako omusango nti tusiba ebyentambula naye essaawa 3 namba oluguudo balugadde banemeseza okutuuka dakiika 5 wali woteri wenyina okusula so kyensaba abapoliisi n'abamagye kintu kimu kyokka banzikirize ngende mu woteri nebake netegekera olunaku olw'enkya ekyo si kizibu nnyo okuwa omuvuzi wa Uganda
webale nnyo president wa NUP kyekyo bannange njagala bakomyawo mu studio ya Spark okuwaddiza abali eyo okugenda mu maaso n'ensonga ezo tetumanyi obanga Robert Kyagulanyi bwana naavaayo saameka tulindidde okulaba ekigenda mu maaso
Ndala olokinge.
Olokinze. Batoka olokinze.
Ndikubye sasa. Black Poli.
naye Olivia sirika naawe ofuuse kizibu. Anna tuli mukola oyogera kino oyogera kiri kati olikodinga bw'oyomba
bakuwulire bajje bakumamirewa.
Anna
olinga yeerabisa.
President Bambi, my goodness, President.
Oli kiki kyaleeta wali waggulu ekyo kyakutoa
mukaveera oyo gundi kidandala. Teriko ¿Qué pasa? La veo. Vamos.
They don't want that. They don't want us to go to town. They want us to go to this hotel. The hotel they have booked for us. They said, no, I cannot go where they book for me. Can we find another hotel and we book for ourselves? But that's what we've done. And not going to where maybe they are stopping us, but at least we get somewhere a hotel near. Yes, done. Where else?
There's a district in this studio. Banna. Campaign it. Great.
Kayo kusema na ila yuko mpate mpate sababu anataka kufanya kulanga microphone
Bagenda sikai. Ino egenda okusika emmotoka ya president.
Angombi dabo stand up. Angombi jangu.
No, we cannot wait. We have waited enough. We have waited enough. We cannot continue waiting. You come. We shall not wait
They are doing it.
Wanje. Tuli bubi. Buzibu ki? Tuli bubi president. Tuli bubi nnyo. Soko olindeko bambi tetuli safe. Ati kati jjako nkwegayiridde.
Señor, ¿lo olvidé?
Aha.
Agambe,
Mwabakuba ku simu yange lwaki muba munkubira? Mundaba ndi live ate mukuba naye nammwe mulimba. Bwe temukimanyi nti omuntu mukubira network owodi twankalanye. Kandi temuddamu kuba manyi mwagala nnyo naye temuddamu.
Tumanyi ekiyiti omuganda nga atusaba emmotoka y'amazzi.
Kabula tukyankalanye batubeere wamu.
bafunye wali rooms bagenze confirm ko wali
Tujje kigere wokuka. Aba muna ko kajja bantu bamwe. Nyamba banaba abamangi. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Sabra tereza kamera nja kublokinga. Nja blocking omuntu angamba tereza kamera essaawa zino. Commenting ngango ngamba tereza kamera onzijako waya. Serenga vai. Esula ne sentence. Che vedi caro come? Emotoka iri maaso okasalongondeka
Jayo, jayo. bambi mwambuke waggulu omusajja talaba lindako naawe
sharing video
ono oba munene bunene leka kwatireko yangu
anzie mukyali
Banange ndi busy. I'll call you later. Why the name is
Ogenda nnyo Jona.
Kwe muri baganda banisa comment
Jona ogenda nnyo.
Saba ku comment section oba kwe muri. Saba ku comment section oba network is clear. Network is stable.
Get the mic.
Network is stable bana ba mama. Kati tumanje tudda. Wachali ekifo jango yambuke va wao tebagala.
Nina kona ite.
Mtaoka. Tumanyije tudda tumanyi aseera kano gambye sawa zirimu 5 tumanyi kiddako sawa zirimu 5
tambula sendi steady
nabagambye temwebakanga temumanyi mukulembeze kituuseewo nabagambye temwebakanga tumanyi kiddako alright olina ekyambadde musomesa nakakuto ali ku Lugiryo TV yongera okuba nga ogisharinga ali ku Lugiryo TV yongera ogisharinga ali ku Lugiryo TV olina ekyambadde musomesa nakakuto
kulira obusungu okuva ku makyo bagamba musomesa kakuto tebakimanyi sirikako
Yakabilizi namba 0700 76 3448 namba 0700 3448 limene bachanda bene waliwo anende esoma namba 0700 76
Avuto. Namugambye ku makya ajja kwereetera obuzibu ng'agamba ki abudu
ajja kunyumiza obudde buno omusuna nolamba mbeka kwamusheyalinga mukama
ariko Ow'Omukisa TV yenze Swabra Kiganda ow'omukisa nze ndi mu kuweereza wabula leero sida kyansumbu yennyo nnyo kabuze kata nemera kola bannange kabuze kata nemera kola olwa data naye nga twebaza mukama nti kati at least president ali mu kugenda wagenda okusula bamulemesezza okugenda gyabadde ayagala
waliwo badambuuzi oba tuli live at 2 am mukwano gwange nkuddizaayo katono nnyo kubanga waliwo bakomuledi abadde bansabye okumanya ebibaddewo nga pulezidenti akwatibwa n'okulemesebwa okugenda ku hotel gyebadde abuukinze gyebadde agenda okubeera nga asula olunaku olwaleero. So essaawa zino mbadde nzizaayo katono nnyo bakatambirako okulaga engeri pulezidenti byafundikidde nga agudde mu basajja ne bafuuka ettabbu okumulemesa ku hotelo gyadde abuukinze era ne bamuvuga kifuba ne bamutwala mu hotelo bo gye basazeewo gye bamusuzizza nga amawulire ge tufunye kugalaga nti hotelo eyo y'abasajja ba NRM gyasuze era n'emmotoka ezisangiddwawo nga ziriko ebipande bya Mwami Museveni n'ebweru wa hotelo wonna era nga ne hotelo teriiko linnya. Kakati nno y'ensonga lwaki olaba nga tuli live muganda wange Mpiso Akram abaganda bange bansabye mbalabye ku nsonga eyo nga bwe byabadde naye nga essaawa zino pulezidenti yamaze dde okufuna room ku hotelo gye bamututte ku kifuba gyasuze ovu kyetumanyi oba n'obuliri abusuzeemu basuze wansi nga ye atidde obuliri obwo tewali asobodde kuyingirako mu ruumu ye naye ng'embeera bwetyo bwebadde olunaku olwaleero.
gye bali mu mutwala gyagenda okusula gye bamufunidde bo bennyini. Guys, let's pray for our president.
lwaki munfunira hoteli bulijjo mwemuba okunjira hoteli abijanye baade babukinze hoteli ndala bamugana okutuukayo ate mujjukire basoose mugana mu disitulikiti galina disitulikiti yalagana okuyanegyeyabalesula ne bamugana okudisulamu naavugana tuvuga kilomita ne kilomita betutuusaawo era ne babulokinze ate era niyo hoteli erangi muganda ne bamuganda twakufunidde hoteli woboosula n'abagamba sibeesiga lunaku na lumu lwaki mwe munfunira hoteli bulijjo mwe munfunira hoteli ekyo kiriwo.
Bannange njagalayo omuntu ansasulira lwengenda osula njagala sula kumpi na pulezidenti njagalayo omuntu omu ansasulireko wengenda osula njagala sula na pulezidenti wasuze kubanga nze bino sibitegeera simanyi banatukubira simu batugambe nti pulezidenti bamusazeeko ng'ate ndi mu tawuni so kindly asobola okunsasulirako wano nange nensula pulezidenti wasuze nemba nga sisobola ate pulezidenti kumuleka wano asulewo yekka ate batukubire mu matumbi g'obudde pulezidenti bamusazeeko nga nina kudduka buddusi ate kujja waali so kindly asobola okunyambako okunsasulirirako luumu nensula wano kimanyi walinga mitwalo 10 oba 15 kuba ndaba hotelo y'amaanyi olwo n'ogumotoka gwa Museveni. So embeera bweti bweri president atuuse wagenda okusula Salongo kankubeera okumpi netaaga enamba eri 0708 435364 07008 435364. Yeah, so netaaga kusula wano nange mpulidde amasannyalaze. Netaaga kusula wano pulezidenti wasuze embeera nga bwe mugiraba basajja bamwetoolodde be bamubuukingidde no hotel wasuze. So simanyi eno hotel labayo be bagimubuukingidde eyo. So simanyi president, he's not safe, he's not on his control. Batwala mutwale kyensobola okugamba president waffe tali safe. So nandyetaaze nange nensula wano okumpi ne president, ate bwe bitabuka ekiro baganda bange nga nsobola okuba nga nsobola okuteekako live nentegeeza eggwanga ebigenda mu maaso. So brago sikitegedde ambasada kyotegeeza message comments nyingi naye nga kyeneetaaga kwe kunyambako nfune luumu wano wali president muganda wange bo bennyini be bamufuniddewo, teyeeyagaliddewo, be bamufuniddewo ne bamuvuga paka ku hotel. So nendyetaaze omuzira kisana nyamba nanfunira wano luumu baŋŋambe ziri mu 15 nensobola okusula wano ne president, ate ebitabukira ekiro nemba nga nsobola okubaweereza live, nemba nga nsobola okubawa updates. My blazer nkirabye kwe kyolina omanya amaaso gange gabeerawo oli, naye tujja kwongera, tujja genda eri Sama gye yagenze. Sama yagenze bajjajja
ekyomanya nkunoonyezaako
nga wendi
nkuloopere
nga wendi
nkunoonyezaako nkuloopere naye
nga wendi my blazer
naye njammalako
jammalako naye kiri kye nakugambye ku makyanso kyankyusiza.
Baaka bamukubye tiya gaasi munda mu mmono.
Wamma tugambe kitemu kisi afande wuuno alondodde Bobi okuva mu ntambula. Afande ate rumu ya Bobi ojagaza ki? Rumu y'omusajja mwagenda osula ate ojagaza ki bannange? Tuulye wa black noono mwennyini n'oyo abadde ali mu kulondola pulezidenti wagenda osula. Kojja Maka ayomba nti omusajja bamulondodde kuva wa paka ne wagenda okusula era still basigadde bamwetooloola. So embeera yeeyo ndowooza nsobodde okibategeezaako guys. Embeera yeeyo. Embeera bweti bweri awo mulungi aliko ow'omukisa TV nkugambye nandyetaaze ofuna anoluumu pulezidenti wagenda osole ekyamazima tali safe. He is not on his control. Teeka account nga sibiraba nga sibitegeera. Sobra, someone has sent you. Nedda mukwano sinaba nazirabako okuva ku makya. Ambassador nedda bambi mugamba akebere tezinatuuka. Sinaba kulaba ku mitwalo 10 okuva ku makya. Bannange embeera yeeyo abasirikale balinga abasirikale abali muleeya be basinga obungi buli gwetunulako olaba nga musirikale abali muleeya be basinga abali mu yunifoomu obungi omusajja bamuwerekedde be bamufunidde room naye ne gye bamufunidde yennyini balaba nga ekijja bamalira balina osooka ate okumusumba oba bawulira baagala sula naye mu kitanda kyekimu simanyi nakumanya so embeera bweti bweri wano we bafunidde abasirikale we bafunidde pulezidenti w'abaasula imagine mpulira nga kyetawaanya omutwe gwange kati mu Uganda pulezidenti takyasobola kwefunira room takyasobola kwesalirawo nti wano wenjagala osula mu Uganda. Bannayuganda bannange bannayuganda tufubye okubalaga buli kimu ebintu bino biri ku live bannayuganda tubeegayiridde bambi pulezidenti takyasobola kwefunira room kati batandise nga bamugamba eyo tetukwagalayo kati essaawa zino takyasobola kwesalirawo nti eno hoteri gyenjagala osulamu eno kijagala essaawa zino yeetooloddwa abasirikale abali muleeya so embeera bweti bweri naye nze mbagambye njagala muzira kisa oba omu oba babiri banyambe banfunire wengenda okusula naye nga njagala kusula ano ku hotero pulezidenti wasuze wennyini wenjagala osula. Please read this comment. Banange this comments nyingi. Ambassador nyambaako mukwane ezimu zinziriremu nkwegayiridde. Henry ng'otuyamba nnyo bambi. Henry buli wembeera mu kizibu nnyamba. Thank you Henry. Ampadde emitwalo 2. Let the president sleep. Tani agaanye. Yes, ambassador zituuse mukwano. Bannange sobra pulezidenti kennyini pulezidenti takyasobola kati kwesalirawo gavumenti ya Museveni yemusalirawo kati. My goodness. Kugambye abaleeya kati ono Swabra lwaki Swabra akolaki sibitegedde birowoozi bano comments nyingi. Let him sleep in the car. Sure. Brian, thank you. That place is not safe, of course. It's not safe. President, Bannayuganda ffe tufubye okubalaga buli kimu mu risk efaanana etya ne tuteekako live ne tubalaga buli kimu. Bannayuganda tubalaze buli kimu. Bannayuganda tubalaze buli kimu. So that's why I'm going to animate the sound. Nekati mugenyi ngenda mujjawa. Ebimu temubintuma kuba nange sibisobola bikola ssaawa zino. Yo. I'm sorry, Salongo. Sorry. Embeera bwetibweri omulungi ali ku Ow'omukisa TV essaawa ziri 5:17. Pulezidenti waffe omulungi tannaba kuyingira roomu ye naye nga singa baatulese n'ebigwangayo byabadde birina okuggwa. Ekyamazima essaawa zino singa pulezidenti ali mu kuloota singa yeebase dda. Batandisemu blockinga ssaawa 12 actually 11 nga tezinayirala 12 we batandikidde kuba twavuze nga we batublokinga we bavuga speed we batukulembera we bavuga empola. Brian Serwanga mbuzayo 5. Brian. Bamufuuyidde pepper spray, bamukubye tear gas, bambi tali fine musajja wattu. Annange bamufuuyidde pepper spray kyokka abadde ayogera na musirikale munnaabwe yaze n'akonkona emmotoka ye. Bw'amugulidde ayogere naye ate munne amufuuyidde bufuuyizi pepper spray. Kati kwegambe n'ensi gye tulimu bannange zesimanyi. Waliwo abuuza kati ye pulezidenti aliwa? Kwegamba pulezidenti alimu eyo emmotoka gy'olabaawo ate nno muli bangi ababuuza mwalimu eyo emmotoka. Ofunye Baveka.
mujjako netiwaaka bani nkwegayiridde ali mukula tekole essimu ogijjako netiwaaka
No, he has paid for land back. We cannot choose for him where to sleep. He's a president. He knows where he wants to sleep. You cannot visit over his land. He's going to sleep. You see that? For his own safety, he has chosen where he believes.
The other time I told you that one.
No, but we said who talked about the next.
Okay, but listen to me. What he said is he will decide what you know. He has been living in the next village. That's what you know. That's what it suggested the security meeting. Now the security meeting saying you listen.
We have asked the person who was the security meeting.
The problem.
No, they are lying over our names. You should keep quiet. Let's talk. No, keep quiet, please, madam. I don't know who you are. Okay. You are being our names are being spoiled. Madam, come down.
Okay,
not you.
Now, because you are talking of.
Let me talk to him, not you, madam. Please.
First listen. Because now you want to do this. We have told you. Possibly you have suggested to work village and security agree that is out of the one of the town. Security have told you landmark is in a busy place near the market. They can't allow that. Town view is in the main street near the market. They can't allow that. What option have you suggested to him?
The option is to the best is you talk to the president himself. No, you talk to the president himself, not us. He is above us. Our responsibility was the venue for the rally, not where he can sleep. We can't go over himself, so we can. It is him to choose where to sleep, not us.
Can I talk to him?
You talk to him, not us. If you choose the way you have to go,
Mr. Jaguar. Good evening. We are here on a confusion of where you are going to accommodate yourself.
I am yourself. You blocked me from sleeping in Amoria. You yourself. You have been blocking the road. I don't know what wrong I've done to you people. It is 10 o'clock. Allow me to go and sleep. I am going to sleep. What is wrong with somebody being and sleeping? Every hotel I sleep in, you surround the place, you give everybody else. Look, I just want to sleep.
Listen.
Allow me to sleep. It is my right to sleep. Allow me to sleep. I'll book the hotel. Please.
Okay. Thank you for using me that I blocked you. But when I stopped you in Amuria, you told me you moved in Eneku's village.
No. I told you what? Say that again. Say that again.
You talked of Eneku's village.
Who, me?
Your team.
Which team?
The team you are moving with. The one who was dealing.
You are talking to me. You have been talking to me.
When I was leading you from.
Now you are lying and
listen to me. When I was leading you.
Now I want to come to ask you. I just want to sleep. I booked a hotel.
The problem.
I booked a hotel in Amoria. You blocked me from sleeping in Amoria. You said I go and sleep in Soroti. My advance team came and booked a hotel. My hotel is there waiting for me.
Now you are right when you are right.
Allow me to go and sleep.
You are right when you tell me your advance team came and booked a hotel. Your advance team told me that very team. Now which advance team did you send?
My friend.
You have just told me you have sent the advance team.
The organizing secretary of my team is at my hotel right now. Okay.
When they told me that you are coming and we should
lead
you
to what you are talking to
your advance team.
My advance team is Dr. Cannabis at my hotel right now. Is waiting for me, and you're blocking me.
And they are the very ones who are communicating that they are doctors of
communicating to who?
So can we? Do you think they are still there?
Yes, sir. Yes, allow me. You follow me. Let us go there. That is what I've been asking all along.
Can you imagine? The hotel is there. Let Mr. Kanabi come here and we agree with Mr. Kanabi.
You are talking to me. I'm his leader. Okay, I am the candidate. Can you imagine? Are you listening to yourself?
Very well.
Okay, if you're listening to yourself, let me say this again now. I'm glad cameras are watching. You blocked me from sleeping in Amuri, okay? And I said, fine. You said go to Soroti. I sent my advance team there, booked my hotel there. When I'm just about 5 minutes to the hotel, and you block the road, unblock the road, follow me with your police, lead me to my hotel, and I sleep. As simple as that. What is so hard? My hotel is booked. Allow me to go and sleep, please. Your security team has put him up to the area. You are that person that making money. So if you want to protect me, you don't protect me by tying me here for 3 hours. Okay, you have the guns. You are the soldiers and police. I attentively listen to you, but now when I'm trying to suggest me, so that you also listen and where do we belong? You are cutting me. No, I'm not cutting. I'm one, you are that person that is and you are that person who is using electoral commission law or act. And the same police that is also regulating you using the electoral commission act. According to the information from the ground, the places that is suggested landmark is opposite the market, which is the city. Sir, I am not going to buy anything in the market. I am going to the hotel to sleep. They don't want you to buy, they want to regulate people in the market, not you to buy. I am not going to the market, I am going to my hotel to sleep. It is 10 in the night. It is 10 in the night. It is 17 minutes past 10, sir. The town view that you have this is 17 minutes past 10 p.m. Sir, I am not going anywhere. I'm going inside my hotel. Sir, I have slept in hotels, okay? I don't sleep in the bush. You are the man that has been following me everywhere I go. You know I sleep in hotels. I don't sleep in bushes. I don't know why today you are blocking me from entering the hotel. What do you want to do to me? You are failing to. I've been moving with you, and you had good. I am inside my car. Problem, you want me to listen to you? Allow me to go to my hotel. And you are sure that I've been moving with you. I have been moving you, and you have been moving very well, coordinating with the police on the ground, and then you agree on the venue. But here you are trying to agree. I have never agreed with you where I sleep. It is my right. But you agree with the police. Even me, you have never agreed with me. I agreed with you. But you agreed with the very police. We do. This way I'm going to Sir, I book my hotel and I go there. And I tell your people to stop spraying us. Now, allow me to go and sleep, please. You know what you're doing is illegal. You're not supposed to stop me from going to sleep. Okay? You stopped me from campaigning, even if I still allow me. That one I did not stop you from campaigning. Allow me. You actually refused to go to your campaign event in Ochorimongi. You refused. Your campaign event was Ochorimongi. I did not stop you. You only left Ochorimongi. You came in the middle of the town. I was not telling you. Go to your campaign event in Ochorimongi. Not in the middle of town. Don't use me that I denied you to go to campaign. You are in category. Campaigning is supposed to be Ochorimongi. Not in the middle of town. Is that refusing you to go and campaign here? Electoral commission knows you are supposed to campaign in category. Ochorimongi. What have you done again? Let's stop fast. Let us agree on this road. Let's first stop. Can you mute your microphone, guys? Let's first stop. Your microphone. Let's stop. Let's get It's fine. Let's find a solution. We want to find a solution. Now, when the gas doesn't, you don't even identify this. them first. If we want to get to we are click when we are Is it okay? You can connect with me. Oh, let's yes.
osobola okuganirawo katuyagala kulwana nange osobola olwana nange olowooza oli wakabiri anti kyandikako embira shida ni nini umetutusi ubaya sana lakini why can't a small man like me go to his let's hold on. Just allow me to go and speak. What is the matter? I don't know what the matter is. Okay? I've been blocked from roads. I was not able to campaign in Katakwi. As you saw, they blocked me. They beat up our people. I tried to go to Amoria to campaign. They blocked me. And then I spent 2 hours on a roadblock because they wanted time to go. And when it was time over for campaigns, when it was 6, they said I cannot access Amoria. My team had booked a hotel for me to sleep in Amoria after campaigning in Amoria. But still they said I cannot be allowed to sleep in Amoria. And they advised that I go and sleep in Soroti, because Soroti is where we're supposed to campaign tomorrow. I obliged. We cancelled our booking in Amoria. We drove. I sent my advance team to book a hotel. My hotel room is there. I've been sitting here for almost 3 hours. They're not allowing me to go to my hotel.
And what reasons are they giving?
To 10:30 in the night. They're not giving any reason. They're not giving any reason.
So what is the way forward for you? Are you going to spend the night here on the road?
I don't know. I don't have any power to decide my fate now. I'm only a simple citizen of Uganda. I don't want to fight with them. I don't want to quarrel with them. I'm sitting until they are the officers of the law. They have the power. They have the guns. They can do anything they want. But all I'm asking of them is to allow me to go and sleep. I've already paid my hotel. My hotel is there. They should allow me because I've had a long day already.
You've had multiple, conversation with them, security chiefs here. Is there any hope that they could allow you to proceed to where you booked earlier on?
I believe they can because they're officers of the law. They know what they're doing is wrong. Deep inside them, they know what they're doing is wrong. And they know I'm not committing any offense. So I am here waiting to see if they will really respect the law and respect my rights and allow me to go to the hotel and sleep. All I am asking the police officers is to allow me to go to my hotel and rest. It is coming to 11. I've not rested since morning. We've been suffering with them. They should allow me to go and rest.
Hope all goes well. Dear viewers, that is the presidential candidate of the National Unity Platform Party, of course, Robert Chaplin, there speaking to us exclusively in this particular place. It is called Otichopi. Otichopi is just some 5.7 kilometers away from Soroti City, where he was going to, sleep today after having quite a rough day. We do not know how long he is going to be here, but security chiefs who are here have said it looks like they're consulting amongst themselves and see if they can finally allow him to proceed to where he earlier booked, or if he is going to spend the night here. It is now 25 minutes past 10 p.m. and yet he's got the night, and then tomorrow he'll be campaigning here. Definitely we are following closely this particular developing story, and we'll be able to update you really on our socials, NTV Uganda on X, NTV Uganda on Facebook, plus our YouTube channel, and definitely our subsequent
This campaign to me is not just a political campaign. It's an opportunity to talk to audiences, those who vote and those who don't vote. This regime knows nothing but violence. They are not persuasive, they are only coercive.
What then keeps you moving?
Desperation, honestly. But lack of options. Giving up is an even worse option.
This podcast is born out of a simple truth that for so long, our stories have been silenced, our leaders have been misrepresented, and our voices at large have been scattered. We can guarantee you that on this podcast, we'll be bringing you all the leaders of the party, all the thinkers and activists of the Ugandan struggle to come together and continue to propel the message of change that we want in our country. On today's episode, I am hosting none other than the people's president, the man who has shouldered the struggle of Ugandans who are seeking for change for now almost a decade and is yet again on the campaign trail trying to overthrow a 40-year dictatorship. Mr. President, His Excellency Bobi Wine, our president of the National Unity Platform, it's a pleasure to have you launch this first episode of our podcast. Maybe people would be also interested in knowing how you are.
Thank you very much. Our greetings, viewers. Do I call them podcasters?
Yes.
I'm very glad to be here on the very first episode. I wish I was ready with suit and tie, but how will you permitted that we keep it chill? I'm glad to be here, and I pray this will be yet another important platform that will have your attention and hopefully influence your decisions and actions as Ugandans, especially the younger generation.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think first, you have so far covered about 67 districts. For us, most of us have not been physically present. Some of us have been watching on YouTube. It looks very, very hectic. One would want to know where you stand as the person who is in the thick of it. How has it been for you?
We are grateful to God for the love that we get from the people, for the courage that we continue having, and the many reasons that keep showing up for us to go ahead. Honestly, I prepared for worse. I had prepared my mind for worse because I knew that this would be yet another very violent election, knowing that violence is the biggest weapon and most effective weapon that this regime has. It has so far not been as violent as I expected. Of course, as we move, it becomes more violent, more lawless and all that. But so far, I can say it has been so good under the circumstances. Of course, we've been blocked from using roads. We've been blocked from accessing some areas. So far, we've missed Iganga district because police blocked us from going there. We've missed Wiziwera because police raided us and arrested more than 100 of our comrades. We've not reached Kanungu because of the road network and all that. So we faced quite a number of challenges. I mean, in Lira, 10 of our comrades were arrested. In Mbarara, as we went to Mbarara, we were attacked, but the attackers were not arrested, but we were arrested. More than 20 of our comrades were taken, and a day after, maybe 2, more than 100 were arrested. So we faced numerous challenges, but we have found many more reasons to keep going than give up.
Of course, we talk about the absurdities that always come with the campaign trail, but I just wanted to curiously to know what have been some of those moments in the campaign that have stood out or stuck with you. I ask that because I was watching the campaign trail, I think, to Kabale, and you stopped somewhere, and then I think kids got out of the school and you are speaking to them, and the message was, stick in school, don't do drugs, you can also be a president, you can also be like me. And for me, it related, you have a song called Carolina, and I could just see the nexus. It's just the artist and the presidential hopeful. For me, that stuck with me. It was outstanding, and I'm just curious, for you, one, I want to understand what's going on in your mind at that moment.
This campaign to me is not just a political campaign, but it's also a paradigm shift campaign. It's an opportunity to talk to audiences, those who vote and those who don't vote. You notice that, yes, a person like me, I'm fairly grown, but I also imagine myself in a Uganda of 10, 20 years from now. And that Uganda, you can influence it now. So getting an opportunity to talk to young children deep in Chiruhura or deep in Kabale, it's an opportunity to plant a seed of what I believe in. Me, I was in primary school when Fire retired. I was, I think, in P2 when Fire retired. Before he died, came to our school. He came with Alex Mukuru, and they spoke to us on a school assembly in the evening. Oh my God, that has never gone out of my mind. I always envisioned myself dressed like Fire Rutaya and talking to kids. So I believe that that moment will also affect the children. And it's important what we tell them now. What you tell them, you are Bobi Wine, they didn't expect to see you, now they've seen you. So what you tell them will stick in their mind, and maybe you'll create another Bobi Wine.
I can imagine there will be, he came, he talked to us. Those, I think those moments never go away. For me, they were iconic. Maybe the other, what have been those outstanding moments? There's that scene I've told you about. There's one where they brought a sick man to come and talk to you.
No, that guy, actually, we were the size of Bushenyi, I think, and this young man was shot by a police officer. I was passing and waving to people. He had asked his family to bring him out from the house. So I had actually not seen him, but the guy who was with me pointed back and said, oh, there's a bedridden man in the compound that was trying to wave to you. Then I turned and I saw him struggle to wave, so I stopped the car and ran back. He asked for a hug and I obliged. He told me he was shot. He was driving a car and he flashed lights on a police guy who had a gun, and the guy accused him of shining a car flashlights in him, so shot him. He's not in hospital, he's at home, maybe waiting for his death. Very painful, but he saw it as an opportunity to speak out to the world. Maybe if there was a functioning justice system, he would have gotten justice. Maybe if the healthcare system was functioning, he would have been well treated, but he's home, stuck. Maybe if there was more discipline and there was less impunity, a soldier or police officer wouldn't shoot a civilian for shining a light in them as they pee along the road. So that spoke to so many things. I'm just glad that I was able to share that little moment. All I could give him was a Ugandan flag, because that's all I had.
And as you can see the state in which he is, you can be sure the state has not done anything to correct, at least.
Maybe the state will, when they see him on the news and they see us talking about that matter, maybe it will draw attention. Maybe some activists will raise his plight. This is some Muslim guy deep in Ankole facing injustice, and he has all disadvantages. He's deep in the village. He's in a place which is perceived to be privileged by the rest. He's a Muslim guy, all those things. But maybe attention can be drawn to him and many others in this situation.
How do you describe generally your campaign trail in the West? And I ask this because the Museveni comes from the West. For many people, they have always thought that the West is consolidated behind the dictator for some time. But this time around, you could help contrast with the last 2021 campaign, but this time you could see more people from Western Uganda embracing your campaign trail and coming in huge numbers to listen.
For me, first I was not surprised, because I've always known that the people in the West are not as comfortable as everybody else thinks. I've always known that they've always wanted change. I've always known that they are awakened. However, like you saw in 2021, the regime could not allow us expose that. So they blocked us. I'm just glad that the world could see that they were able to share their own plight with the rest of Uganda. I mean, I was on social media and on camera traversing through Busoga, through Lango and Acholi and Karamoja, and now I'm in Western Uganda. But the roads are not any different. The poverty levels are not that different. The state of schools, healthcare facilities, not that good. So I just see this as a great opportunity for us as NUP to show the world the state of affairs in the West, but also an even greater opportunity for the people of Western Uganda to show the rest of Uganda that they share a plight and to connect. Remember, one of our most important targets in this campaign is to unite the people of Uganda, to break down that tribal narrative, to ensure that the people of Uganda are the same, united by their challenges and problems. And I think we are succeeding.
Speaking of that, so when you are in Lira, you visited the former president's burial place. With the president of UPC and an MP of the area and the son to the former president. And which for the young people was a symbol of unity, because we are the same country, we are the same nation. But you still had some people with tribal undertones or trying to make a big deal out of the historical controversies. So from where you sit, how do you take this in? You're in the struggle to make sure we unite everyone, but you still have people who want to leverage those historical contradictions to undermine.
I hear you. My visit to the resting place of Dr. Apollo Milton Obote, I don't regret it. I could do it again and again and again, given half the chance. For me, it was extremely satisfying. And I believe that it was not just me, but that spirit of unity that prevailed at independence has to be rebirthed in us. Make no mistake, Dr. Obote had his mistakes. My grandfather was one of the people that fought Dr. Milton Obote's government. My grandfather, the late Joseph Warakira, was founding member of DP. My father was part of the war. And my family, which includes one of my uncles, the great Dr. Andrew Takome Kaira, were all working with Museveni to remove Obote's regime because of the mistakes that had been made, because of the wrongs that were being done. And my generation, we grew up divided and detesting the UPC and the people of northern Uganda, because there was something planted in our minds. We were taught to hate You know, we grow up to the stories of UPC and Obote's people going to villages in Luwero and slaughtering our people. And even the songs that we grew up being taught was to despise UPC and the Obote memory. And that's how we were brought up until just recently when we were able to think for ourselves. And in Buganda we call it the spirit of Wanika, Emando ya Wanika. But I mean, reality is coming out, us learning that we had actually been taught to hate by the Museveni regime in order to keep us apart. We learned that actually those atrocities in Luwero, many of them, if not all of them, were false flag operations carried out by the NRA rebels to discredit the government of Obote. But that happened, and we saw that it had affected our country so much. Now it so happens that the Honorable Jimmy Akena is my old friend from old days, and when I got an invitation from him to visit him in Akokoro, I took opportunity to also go and salute the resting place of Dr. Milton Obote. But also the two of us believe that we carry responsibility of not just being friends, but being the magnets that draw our people to unity. We see that our generation is supposed to be the generation that accomplishes the dreams and aspirations of our fathers. We have to show the country that we are more of the same than apart.
Yes, and I think it's a good point, especially on generations. If you look at especially East Africa, you could see that the young people of East Africa generally, East African countries, especially Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and other change-seeking individuals in society are coming together to, to fight against dictatorship. And for me, it wouldn't make sense if internally in Uganda you could say that the young people, or even the people of Lango or Arua or Mbarara, Ankole sub-region or Busoga cannot unite just because there are historical controversies, whether legitimate or not. I think that we must exist in a generation.
Absolutely, we must be allowed to make our own mistakes and correct them ourselves. We cannot be conscripted by the mistakes of the past. We cannot be
held back
and all that. It can't happen. In any case, if one takes time to look deeply, you'll find more truths that will even demystify those so-called conflicts. They were never conflicts between the peoples. There were conflicts between individuals
and their interests. Yes.
And their interests.
So the rest of us are mobilized to act or to carry sentiments.
Exactly.
We are just an extension of their interests.
And sentiments that don't benefit us as generations.
Yeah, you're right. I think we are better together.
Absolutely.
We must really move on. And you are in Rushere, which is the town, the district where the president comes from, and you have, I am slow to call them hooligans, but you have people who hold sticks and attack a presidential campaign, your campaign trail, which for me was an act I think it was shameful that the epicenter, where the president where comes from, the guy who came 4 decades ago saying we want to stop this, because for me, I've talked to people, old people who remember what used to happen when DP people used to attack UPC people with sticks, and likewise maybe UPC against DP. For me, it was turning around. It was a circle 40 years down the road, and the very people are doing the same thing to you on your campaign trail.
Well, I'll tell you that majority of those hooligans you saw in yellow t-shirts with General Museveni's picture, actually many of them were soldiers, others police officers. They've been profiled on social media. These people wanted to create fear. They wanted to create a narrative that there are some regions that are exclusively for Museveni. They wanted to push further the tribal narrative and all that. But also I must say that these were a handful of people the locals, the people, the ordinary people in Rushere welcomed us massively. You can check out the pictures there. But to see that they did this in Rushere was to send a message, a hateful message, which didn't succeed. We were there, we were in Rushere, we were in Kazo, and we spoke to people, and you know, we were welcomed by quite a number of people. But of course, there were also those that were planted by the regime, because these people were protected by the police and military as they attacked us with stones and sticks. Unfortunately, that very night we were raided by the police and the military, and our people were rounded up and arrested. So we were attacked, and while the attackers were protected by police, and we were arrested by police in the night. That tells you everything you need to hear.
And I agree. And I think what you're saying, the people embracing you in Rushere, for me, I think sent a message to them, because it's after then that you start to, the campaign they had said would otherwise be more peaceful or would be peaceful, then turned violent, went back to factory settings,
to absolutely
abductions, arrests. And I think the revelation that indeed people are embracing your campaign trail, and subsequently then you start to see arrests. Because I remember it was a day after that, it was that evening they came and arrested, the following day they arrested.
I'll tell you this, Awel, that the 2021 campaign, as brutal as it was, as oppressive as it was, as damaging to us physically and emotionally as it was, it hit General Museveni's regime hard, especially internationally, because we filmed it, we mentioned it while we were going into the campaigns, and we continue to mention it, that the camera is such a very powerful weapon. So we filmed it, and we had a documentary film in it, and it went across the world. And General Museveni was undressed, and his regime. So we strongly believe that this time he wanted to be the benevolent dictator that he has always tried to be, to make it a pseudo-democracy. Okay, let them nominate, but make sure that you don't nominate majority of their people or denominate others, like you just saw yesterday, one of our candidates denominated. Then make sure no tear gases are visible. However, use underhand methods like RDCs, blocking them from roads, deny them venues in populated areas to ensure people don't go there, use taxpayers' money to buy young people wherever he's going, make sure you pay borders or slaughter cows for them on that very day and take them away, etc, etc, etc. They tried as much as possible to restrain from violence, which should be a good thing. However, violence is the only weapon they do, because we keep going. They cut off our funds immorally and unjustly and illegally, using Norbert Mao and his antics. But we kept going. Nothing could stop us. Then they started arresting our people, raiding them at night, you know, when the media is not there. We couldn't stop going until they slowly started going back to factory settings. This regime knows nothing but violence. They are not persuasive, they are only coercive.
On another chilling, I don't know if, I'm sure you have, and for many people it has been disturbing. There's a picture of Olivia Lutaya seated, I think it was at court.
Yeah.
And for many it's a story that's very emotional. Her story having been arrested on the swearing in death of the president in the last election, being in prison for about 4 years. She joins your campaign trail and she's once again arrested. This is a lady who you would say is not the most fortunate to have finished university, but she's just doing her bit to to contribute to her nation, to have a better country. And she has had to pay the ultimate price. I don't know.
Not yet the ultimate price, and I pray she never has to pay the ultimate price, but Olivia Lutaya is a symbol of so much. It's a symbol of a Ugandan, a desperate but determined Ugandan. Olivia Rutaya defines a Ugandan young adult that refuses to be defined by anybody else other than herself. And I have so much respect for Olivia Rutaya. Olivia Rutaya suffered 4 years of imprisonment, you know, for no reason whatsoever. But because the regime wanted to create fear, now she has been taken back again. And the regime knows, because I am the leader of that team, okay? In that parade where they say Olivia was, I was the head, okay? They say she put on a beret, so therefore she put on a military uniform. I put on that beret every day, okay? But they arrest everybody around me apart from myself. What message are they trying to send? That we can do anything to you, however unfair it is, until you sell out to us. That's what they're trying to say. But again, this exposes them further as cowards, as a scared regime, as an immoral regime, as a regime that has no respect whatsoever to the rule of law. But again, it projects every sign of a collapsing regime. Yeah.
I know, and I think it's the same discussion. So about a month ago, 2 Kenyans were arrested. I think on your campaign trail. They were they were consequently released after a lot of pressure from the Kenyans themselves, and oh my God, what they had to tell their tale when they were arrested at SFC facility in Kasenyi. Personally, I'd already interacted with that. When Noah Mutwe was arrested, he tells of the same story about how he was picked and taken to the same place. But when these guys, I think it's a good thing that someone outside our environment, who is not a typical NUP supporter, Kenyan, comes out and tells this story about how you have over 150 Ugandans being kept in what the president called a freezer. What stands out is there's a gentleman called Sam Nsubuga. I have seen clips of the daughter demanding for the father. Now, when these guys were on TV in Kenya talking about the people they found there, they mentioned his name. And I can imagine how many Ugandans are there, held without seeing light of day. They can't appear in court. And that's a story of many dedicated NUP supporters.
Yeah, I'll tell you that this has been going on for 40 years in Uganda. For the last 40 years, so many people have disappeared, never to be seen again. So many people have been tortured, from the Muslim clerics to very many. We're only happy that now we have a generation that is fearless, a generation that exposes that. And we must thank the internet and social media, because these things have been happening, but the media was greatly censored. If something does not happen, does not show on local TV or radio, mainstream, then it won't pass. Save for a few, newspapers, radical newspapers like the Shariat, and the one that was run by Ted Cheye, but also the people that ran them. You see how they ended up. Coming back to the abductions, yes, they've been ongoing. Recently, we were burying Monica Chibalama, the wife of the missing comrade called John Bosco Chibalama. Many young men and women are missing, including Kanata Muhammad and others. They've never been seen again. The regime has always denied them. As we speak now, Sam Mogumia, a renowned activist, was abducted from Barara. But the regime has denied him, police has denied him, military has denied him, etc. The same thing exactly that was done on those Kenyan brothers, Bob Njagi and Nicholas Ayo. They denied them police denied them, military denied them, even the judiciary. Now that is scary to see that our judiciary is complicit in this. It is a shell of itself. You cannot trust the courts of Uganda. They will come and lie. Okay, a judge said you cannot ask stones to produce blood. They lied. They are the judiciary. The police lied, the military lied. And then their boss Museveni came out and said, yo, we had them for 37 days, keeping them in a fridge, shamelessly. So it took the involvement of Kenyan authorities. Apparently, former President Uhuru Kenyatta was involved at a higher level in order to get them freed. So that's exactly what's happening in Uganda. That's where we are.
Because one of the people they talked about was a said relative or brother to General Tafire, who is the Minister for Internal Affairs.
Yes.
And for me, it was more that, because you see, Otafire represents the historicals of President Museveni. He's there's a debate on who is the senior most after Museveni. Between Saleh and Otafire, they are 014, 015, and he's the current Minister of Internal Affairs. I don't know how it is to comprehend that, and you've already talked about how everyone is a potential victim.
Absolutely. Everybody. You see, until it happens to somebody, that's when they are going to really agree that nobody is safe until everybody is safe. Now, this is a relative of Kaindo Tafire, and I think I saw General Kaindo Tafire talking about the same. What took them to the bush, they are doing now. What I fail to understand is why do they think that the youth of today cannot get as angry as the youth of 40 years ago, or 50 years ago?
And I know, but maybe my question to you as an individual, you see, there are young people who support NRM. I talked to a lady who is a student leader at Macquarie, and I said, why do you support NRM? And she told me the alternative supporting NUP, it's a high cost, supporting NUP.
What was her explanation of high cost?
She was saying you have to go through a lot, I think alluding to arrests, torture and all those sorts of things. So there's a section, like you were saying, there are many who have succumbed to the intimidation, who want to contribute, but they say if I go the other side, I am going to pay a high price for it. And maybe what would you say to the young people?
I'll just quote General Museveni, and he has been eloquent many times. He spoke while they were burying Meles Zenawi, former Ethiopian Prime Minister, and he said in their days, as a young man, one had two choices: to resign to slavery and go ahead, be an intellectual, get a good job, well-paying job, and shut the hell up and resign to slavery, or to stand up and risk it all in order to get it all, freedom. They choose the latter. And I think any smart person, whether then or now, should choose the latter. Everybody dies, but not everybody lives. You cannot tell me you are living when you don't exercise ultimate freedom, when you don't have the right to define yourself and to shape your own destiny. That is not living, that is existing. I'd rather live for a little while than exist for long.
Well, that's truly inspiring, and I hope that many young people there can think through that and decide whether they want to live or not. Because ultimately, like you said, we are going to die. But
absolutely,
you've got to stand for something. Maybe a little J, and to this podcast we are launching today. I am convinced, and I'm sure you are, that we need such forums. And I say that more because I was watching an interview of recent, a lady in her 50s who is leading the Nation Media Group was broke down and cried on set. She was talking about the price her journalists have had to pay and having to face them with broken limbs, being beaten and broken for just doing their job, which speaks to the shrinking space. The media cannot freely express itself, which is why podcasts like these are important. I don't know what you have to say about the shrinking civic space, the price, because currently Nation Media cannot cover Parliament, it can't cover the President. These are public spaces that we are supposed to be able to access and to know what goes on.
First and foremost, I want to remind us that we are under a situation called state capture. The state is captured, and anybody that dares to jump out of that captured bag is going to be attacked ferociously. That's why we are being attacked. That's why Nation Media Group is being attacked, because they dared to speak the truth. They dared to report against Anita Among's corruption, about the irregular and illegal blocking of candidates against Anita Among. And her behavior continues to show the behavior of the regime, blocking the media from an arm of government, from parliament, from public business. It's because they want to do something wrong and they're doing wrong things there, and they don't want an independent media to speak about it. Why would you close the door to some cameras and open it to others? What are you hiding? The same thing with Museveni. They make sure that, you know, the authentic and independent media does not cover where he does the campaigns, because there's a false image that they're trying to paint, a fake image of support. Thanks to social media, that a few cameras are sneaking the truth out about how school children are driven by force to his rallies. Now the school children are speaking out by themselves. But these other outlets would not, and they will not. Yeah.
And so speaking of that, I think also we don't talk about the irresponsibility of the regime. Most of the president's campaigns, clearly we've seen young people, a parent takes their child to school to study, and the next day the RDC talks to HM and they are forcing primary school, secondary school children to go and attend the president's rallies. I think it speaks much that the president no longer has the traction, but also it talks to the extent to which they are willing to violate these children's...
It's unfortunate that our children that are supposed to be in school are not studying. Number one, because the teachers are not being paid. But number two, because the regime needs to use them as false images. So they force our children to their rallies. It's unfortunate. It is wrong, of course. It should be punishable. The schools should be held accountable. But we also know that the schools don't want to do it. These are government officials, the RDCs, that are doing those wrong things. But this is a criminal regime again. We must always remind ourselves of the realities of where we are. That will give us context.
Truly. Maybe as we also come towards the end of this episode, so I have seen some have been comrades in the struggle. Some were even your comrades when you're in your music career while you were starting. I think sometimes when people decide to take on the challenge to change the fate of their lives, for example, you offer yourself to lead the struggle, I think in where I sit, I start to think people start to get entitled. Bobi Wine must do this. He must do that. Why isn't he talking about this? Why isn't he doing that? and yet, like you've always said, everyone has a role to play. If Bobi Wine isn't doing it, you do it. After all, it's not a job description that Bobi Wine must wake up every day to do this and that. Where you sit, I want to understand what goes on in your head when you see this criticism.
I'll tell you that one thing that I've learned to do this revolutionary work, you must disabuse yourself of emotions and sentiments. But again, you must also be willing to understand people from a forgiving perspective. There's this song I said back in the day, and it keeps coming back to me. It said, my father said there's more politics in the music industry than in the parliament. Then I tell myself, forgive them, Father. They don't know what they deal with. Sometimes I also forgive myself because I didn't know what I was dealing with. But I'm learning with time that you have to disabuse yourself of emotion. You have to understand people and forgive them. For example, my family itself, I had to understand them because to some people, to my family, I'm Tata, my immediate family. To my extended family, I'm just a young brother. I'm number 20, I think I'm number 20 or 25 among my father's children. So coming from such a family, there are some expectations. Now, coming also to politics, given the background where I come from, there's some of the politicians that believe that maybe it should be them where I'm standing. To take the honor but not to take the responsibility and the pain. They want to go to heaven but they don't want to die. Yeah. That's why you'll find them expecting a lot from you. Even the ordinary people. I mean, I'm one of those people that we used to tell Dr. Besigye to run them and fight for us. We are supporting you. And, you know, the day Dr. Besigye said, no, we are not picking up guns. We are going to push the non-violent way. I was younger and I knew less. So I was angry and said, but we supported you because you're a colonel. You know, why don't we just give us guns and be that guy? So I was thinking in a certain way. Believe me, there are people, when we came out of the 2021 elections, that were disappointed. And instead of getting angry with the dictator, they were angry with me. And were like, watulimba ugenda kuja kwa Museveni tukulonda. So we have to understand them. But there are also politicians that use it. They think that maybe you're popular among the people and that is something that doesn't make them very comfortable and they would want to discredit you at every turn. Therefore, if the vote is rigged, it is going to be your fault, not the rigger. No wonder they blame me for my comrades that are in prison. And they're not blaming the captor. They're blaming me for my people who are being oppressed. They're not blaming the oppressor. You see them say, we are Sibisabana Babani, etc., etc. It is tough, but like I said, understand them. Some are speaking out of an empty stomach and others out of an empty head.
Okay. There's a picture, I think it was posted by the SG Lewis's X account of putting on a blue mask with full of dust and a tear. I think for me it sort of summarized what you have to go through. My question is, what you've just talked about and the people who have been arrested, the Olivias, what you have, the ultimate price you paid before 2021, Arua and all that. Are there times when you ask yourself, how did I get into this? Or when you ever have second thoughts about this responsibility that you took upon yourself?
Yes. Many times. Very many times, honestly. Turns out, and I'm like, how the hell did I get myself here? Because honestly, I did not set out to get involved in all this. It's just one thing that led to another. It was this anger, and we sat down with Nubian and my other friends in studio saying, but why don't we challenge these people? Let's take the ghetto to parliament. Now that step is taken. Reaching parliament and you say it's messed up. Say, oh, the problem is at the top. Let's shake the top. And then you shake. One thing leads to another. And it's like a boat. Once it sails off the harbor, you turn around and there's no turning back. So second thoughts and thoughts of turning back, no.
What keeps you moving?
Sorry?
What then keeps you moving?
Desperation. Honestly. Not bravery, but lack of options. Giving up is an even worse option, you know, because I know the guy I'm dealing with. We know the people, the kind of regime we are dealing with. So what keeps me going is the fact that there's no turning back, the fact that the people around me are even braver than me. You know, you see a person that has nothing but hope in your leadership, and they have given everything. These people are younger than you, they would have had a longer life than you and all that. So all this makes me take a firm decision and say, no, man, this is not the hope to let down. And we keep going.
Yeah, and I think you've talked about, we have no option but you know, to keep fighting. And the chat we've already had about how you want to live your life, how you want to die, and what life means. There's a gentleman called Bosel in the debate circles. He was talking about an instance during the Second World War where in Bangladesh these people were being attacked by the German army and they were going to be defeated anyway. So instead of surrendering, they decided to fight on their feet. And from that he says that self-defense or fighting, even when you're guaranteed to fail, is a justified thing to do. And I think you've also in many times talked about the idea that even if you're going to fail, like fight, there is honor in that, as opposed to just living.
Absolutely. No, I'll tell you this, and I think I read it somewhere that even if the chance for victory or survival is 1%, it's worth fighting for. But also the satisfaction that one gets by dying on their feet is immeasurable. Yeah. So either way, it's worth fighting for.
I know you said you didn't prepare for this, one thing led to another. But when someone goes back to your life, there's your music friend called Butcherman, who was talking about where you started, and someone can still see the leadership in you from a young age, from nothing to challenging the situation there and emerging as the leader of the ghetto. And for me, being the leader of the ghetto is not just being the leader of artists, it's defeating the circumstances that happen within the ghetto where people live and grow up to where you are. When I, like I said, when I saw you talking to those kids on your campaign trails, pupils who got out of their school to listen to you, and I listened to Carolina, I don't see so much of a different person. For me, it has always been there. It's just maybe circumstances or fate, depends on what someone believes in. But I am convinced, for me, that this is something that perhaps was inevitable. You had to end up like this. Hopefully we can move towards victory and success. So as we conclude, what's that one message you have for Ugandans as we go into the 2026 election?
To the Ugandans out there, hope is the most important thing that we must never lose. Let us keep the hope alive. A new Uganda is possible. A new Uganda is coming. A new Uganda is in your hands. We can actually get there. We can actually redefine ourselves. But that redefining this country begins by redefining ourselves, telling ourselves that we are not losers, that we are winners, that we are not slaves, we are free people, that we are not here temporarily, we are here permanently, that we are not different, we are the same, that, you know, we are equal, but also telling you that the confidence that you have in yourself and that you put in people is the wealthiest thing that you can have or give. Have it in yourself. Also looking at me, I'm not any different from anybody else. You know, it's just knowing what you deserve and having the courage to demand for it and the moral courage to connect with other people. So I just want to ask the Ugandans, especially young Ugandans, and no disrespect to the elders, but the young Ugandans now need to have a common mind, a mind of better, a mind of self-worth, a mind of dignity for everybody by beginning with yourself. Are you comfortable where you are? If you're not, do something about it. You know, we are going into an election. This is not just an election, but it is something that is going to define our resolve and our willingness to get where we think we deserve. In life, you don't just get what you deserve, you get what you bargain for, what you work for, what you set out to get. So I'm of the view that we as a generation should set out to first and foremost free ourselves, so that you have the right to implement those amazing ideas in your mind, especially that you have the right to implement them and there's possibility, you know. We must decide, we must take a cautious decision that we are going to live in dignity. We are going to live better than our great-grandparents, you know. This education that we've got, this knowledge that we've acquired through social media, through friends, it is worth putting into action so we can benefit from it. We are not any different from the young people of China. We are just living in poverty with knowledge. At least back then we were not aware, but now we know. And there's nothing as painful as being in a bad state and you actually know that you're in a bad state, that you could have been in a better state. It is within our power to change this country. Within our power. It won't take just me, it will take all of us. Don't look at me as your hero, I am not. Don't look at me as your savior, I am not. I'm just one of you, and I think we can only get out of this mess by stopping to think that somebody else is going to save us. We are all going to save ourselves, or we are all going to, you know, perish. So, yeah, let's get out there, get involved, fold our sleeves, do what we can. I'm very glad we live in a uninformed and connected generation. Let us change the minds of the people, unite them, ensure that they don't see themselves as Basoga, as Baganda, as Banyankole, as Acholi, but see themselves as Ugandans. That is the number one thing. We love our tribes. Tribe is a very beautiful identity, but it has been the biggest problem for Africa. The biggest problem for Africa. I was talking to some friend, a superstar from Jamaica, his name is Anthony B. And he says that until we demystify tribe and we elevate logic and content of character, we'll be walking backwards. So with that, I am very happy to have spoken to you guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's always nice talking to you, and I'm sure it's immense for those who are listening, especially really the young people who are trying to make sense of their circumstances in this country and across the continent and the world. That's truly inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Hey family, welcome to the house. We're so glad you're here, and we are excited about this word that you are getting ready to receive. It's going to bless you and change your life. And when God speaks to you and it resonates very deeply and there's a promise, maybe something that you've been praying for and believing God for, I want you to sow a seed.
Absolutely. Whenever God meets me, I make it my personal commitment to sow a seed, to build an altar. When there's something in that message that you know the light turns on, or it deals with something that you have been struggling with, there is something about having this practical manifestation of that response of what God just said to you. And for me, that comes when I sow a seed.
We love you. God bless you. Watch it to the end and then share this message with somebody. It's going to change your life and hopefully many others.
I've got a word I want to share with you. I'm in Matthew 26. I have to tell you, come on, y'all come on now. Big Chris is gone, so in his memory, let her rip. I remember when we first moved, and you know, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but you know, the Lord built this house, you know, through Bishop T.D. Jakes, and you know, he know how to string a few sentences together. And I remember the first time I was preaching, and Chris goes, "That's the word, that's the word." I said, "Oh, I'm preaching now." He will certainly be missed. This is a big church, I know that, and if you're maybe not as comfortable in big environments, I just want you to know that we go out of our way to make a big place feel as small and connected and intimate as possible, and that you matter to us, that you're not just a sea of faces, that you matter to us. There's a couple, in my head, you're a couple I haven't met you. You sit up there week in and week out. You guys have locks. I see you guys week in and week out. And I see you guys up there, you come in, y'all get real happy when Bishop preached, but then y'all gave us a chance up in the corner, you, and sometimes you come with your daughters. I be seeing y'all is what I'm saying. Because you matter to us, and our prayers always, God, help us to see the people in this room, to not think that this is a platform or a mega church, because these are your sons and daughters, and you all matter to us. And so it matters when our family experiences a loss, and it matters to us when you're going through. We love you. We really, really love you here at the Potter's House. We really do. And you're seen. You just turn to a person and say, "I see you. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for giving the house a chance, for coming again, over and over again." I got on. All right, now wrap it up. All right. All right, that's enough fellowshipping. Okay. I don't know what this message is called. I think it's called "Get Out of Your Way," but we're going to see what God says. But in Matthew 26, Jesus is going through an interesting shift. He has performed miracle after miracle. He has gone from town to town, and for many it is undeniable that he is the Messiah. And yet there is a shift that must take place when he moves from just demonstrating his anointing to when he heads towards the cross. And as he begins to head towards the cross, he experiences what I think many of us experience when life begins to take a shift that we're not necessarily sure we have the capacity to endure. What I have been enjoying about my relationship with Jesus are all of the moments where he's like me. I know that there are so many moments where he does things I can never do, and he walks in power and authority that I will never have. And yet what I am loving are the moments where he looks like me, because if I can see myself in his humanity, then I can see myself grow in the space of divinity. And at this moment in the text, I think he is the most relatable to me than any other moment. And in Matthew 26, we're going to begin in verse 37. He has gone to the Garden of Gethsemane. And as he is at the Garden of Gethsemane, he takes his large circle of 12 disciples and he narrows it down to just 3. Because he's headed towards the cross, and when you're headed into difficult seasons, you can't always take everybody with you. He's got to boil it down to the essentials. And he's boiled it down to the essentials. And verse 37 says, and he took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee, and he began to be sorrowful and deeply distressed. If you're in this room and you're sorrowful and you're deeply distressed, Jesus says, I know exactly what that feels like. And he confides to them, he says, my soul is exceedingly sorrowful, even to death. Stay here and watch with me. Then he goes a little further and he fell on his face and he prayed, saying, oh, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will. Then he goes back to the disciples because he wants to know whether or not they did what he asked them to do. He asked them to stay here and watch with me. And he goes to the disciples and he found them sleeping. Because even the ones he thought could stick with him in a hard season couldn't even keep up with him. And he says to them, what, could you not watch with me 1 hour? This was just 1 hour of prayer and you fell asleep. Some of us can't make it in the prayer closet 5-10 minutes. Jesus says it was just an hour. Watch and pray. I'm going to give you another chance to watch and pray, lest you enter into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. Then he goes back to God a second time. He says, oh, my Father, if this cup cannot pass away from me unless I drink it, your will be done. I love this because we talk about this, nevertheless, not my will, but your will be done, as if he said it only one time. But he had to go back and say it again. Lord, are you sure? And then he goes back to the disciples and he came and he found them sleeping again, for their eyes were heavy. They just couldn't do it, so he left them. And he went away again and he prayed the 3rd time, saying the same words. Lord, are you really going to make me go through this? Lord, are you sure you can't change this situation? Is this really the world that we're living in right now? Is this really what I'm up against? Then he came to his disciples and said to them, are you still sleeping and resting? Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is being betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us be going. See, my betrayer is at hand. Spirit of the living God, I love you. Thank you for meeting me in the area of inadequacy and weakness and allowing your strength to stand tall in me. God, I am asking for a fresh outpouring of your spirit, that we would experience fresh oil for the season, that you would meet these, your sons and daughters, in the areas where they need you the most, God, and that you would illuminate the path that they are to take, the words that they are to speak, and the way that they can withstand the times that they are standing in. God, I ask for the spirit of wisdom, of revelation, of prophecy, of peace, that even as I pour, I would receive, and that you would allow me to be precise in delivering this word, God. Not my will, but your will be done. Have your way, great God that you are. In Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. You can be seated. Let's go. All right now, I have noticed this shift in social media and the way that social media awards certain types of content. And one of the things that I recognize that is kind of counterintuitive is when we first maybe started on social media, everyone would say, this is just a place where you post your highlight reel. And everyone just sees the shining part of your life. And what I've begun to notice is that social media has begun to shift. It's not just the place where you show your highlight reel anymore. They are beginning to reward instead process. You'll notice that there are more posts about getting ready with me or go with me as I do this than there are people just showing the finished outcome. I feel like that's very interesting, and honestly, in many ways, I feel like it is delivering many of us from the spirit of envy, if I'm honest. Because as long as someone was just showing the highlight reel, we would think to ourselves, I want that. I want to have that, I want to do that, I want to be that. But the more that they're showing the process, it's helping us to more adequately determine whether or not we really want that thing that we see. I thought to myself, I was looking at a fitness influencer, I was like, that's it, Lord, that's the body that I want to have. I found it, Lord, thank you. Then she showed me what she do to work out. And she showed me what she eats. And I realized I don't really want it that bad. I don't know if you've ever been in that situation. I want whatever you can do in the 50 minutes. I'm gonna give you 3 days a week while I still eat these cookies. Lord, whatever you can do with that. Okay, I watched Nara Smith. Her children wanted Pop-Tarts. I thought she was gonna go to the grocery store. This girl done went and got wheat out the grass. She about to turn the wheat into bread to make the Pop-Tart. I don't have time for that, okay? The more that I see the process, the more that it changes whether or not I really want that result. And it is no wonder why researchers and sociologists are beginning to recognize this in-between stage between adolescence and adulthood that they have labeled emerging adulthood. Emerging adulthood is about from 18 to 25 years old. And this is a demographic where they are no longer moving into the stages of adulthood like previous generations did. Graduating high school, going to college, getting the degree, and then going to buy a home and building a family. They're delaying some of these choices. I don't know if I'm going to go to college because I recognize that while everyone was holding the degree, the process required 20 years of paying off the debt from going to college. Some of them aren't sure that they're getting married. The age for marriage is being pushed back more and more. You know why? Because we started telling them how hard marriage is and how you lose yourself and now all of a sudden we're delaying making decisions because I don't just want the results, I understand more about the process. It is no wonder that we are seeing a generation begin to not just accept this idea that I should long for the promise. They're asking questions about the process. If you are in a season right now of promise, then you know better than anyone that you didn't just step into the promise, that it was a process. That's why you don't understand why people are jealous of your promise. The people standing in a promise will let you know that the promise don't even feel like a promise by the time you get finished going through the process. Somebody got to tell you. Every now and then someone got to tell you, girl, you know this is what you prayed for. I didn't even know that this is what I prayed for because it cost so much for me to step into it that I didn't realize I was in the promise. You wouldn't want the promise if you knew the process. If you understood what I lost along the way, if you understood who I had to become along the way, if you understood who walked away from me, who I had to walk away from, if you could see the tears that I cried, you want the promise, but baby, you can't get the promise without the process. If you're standing in a promise and you are allowing people to celebrate your promise without informing them of the process, you are robbing them of the truth. They ought to know your process. They ought to know that I didn't just get here because I did everything the right way. There were some moments where I didn't think I was going to make it at all, but God stepped into the process. He's not just the God of my promise, he was the God of my process. He taught me how to walk this thing out. He taught me how to raise these children. He taught me how to build the life after the divorce. He taught me that I didn't have to take my own life. He wasn't just the God of my promise. Don't look at my promise. Don't be distracted by the promise. Let me tell you about the process. Let me tell you when I almost lost my mind. Let me tell you when it didn't make any sense, but God made a way out of no way. He is the God of the process. You're praising him for being the God of the promise, but I praise him for being the God of the process. That you came in the midnight hour and wrapped your arms around me when I was crying tears that no one knew I was crying. He was the God of the process. When I didn't know whether or not I could raise the child, he gave me language on the spot, because he's the God of the promise. When I wasn't sure who would stay or who would walk away, he stayed in the midst of it all. He is the God of the process. Oh no, I feel like we could do better than that. I need about 5 crazy people who know that you know that you know. I wouldn't be where I am right now if it wasn't for the God of the process. He was with me in the courtroom. He was with me in the doctor's office. His name ought to be on the degree, because Lord knows I didn't have what it took, but he was the God of the process. That's a word for somebody. Don't wait to meet God in the promise. God says, I'll meet you right in the process. I'll build the marriage for you. I'll raise the children with you. I'll teach you what the business school could have never taught you. I am the God of the process, and I do not offer you a promise without a process that I'm willing to see you through. Come on, somebody. I'm not going to offer you a promise without also walking you through the process that gets you through the promise. I'll comfort you. I'll feed you. If you don't believe me, you should ask the children of Israel. He says, I got a promised land for you, but I'm not going to wait for you to get to the promised land. I'm going to make sure you make your way to the promised land, because he's the God of the process. David, you're going to be king. But before you get king, you're going to be betrayed. And some people going to talk about you. And some people you're going to need a cave in the process. You're going to need some friends in the process. God says, I got people who will come to you in the middle of your process. You think that people are assigned for when you get to the promise. God says, I got people who will be with you in the midst of the process. I'm trying to minister to somebody who's in the middle of the process. And you're wondering, God, I know you got a promise, but what about the process? God says, I'll be with you in the process too. I'm gonna let that marinate, because the enemy will make you believe that the process is where you lose. But he doesn't know that God will step right in the middle of the process. That I'm not just a promise-keeping God. I'm a process-keeping God. You can't have this child in the middle of the process. You can't have their mind in the middle of the process. I'm building something in them. I got glory assigned to their name. I'm going to get with you in the process. Oh. I don't know why that's making me so happy. That's making me real happy. Maybe I'm the only one in the middle of the process. And I don't know who I'm going to be on the other side. Quite frankly, I don't know how I'm going to get to the other side. But one thing I do know is that God is with me right now. So the other side is guaranteed. Whew. You know, I went back to school, and I'm pursuing my degree, and I've got, praise the Lord, thank you, Jesus. Amen. And a friend of mine, you know, she got on to me because she said, why didn't you tell me that you made the dean's list? And I said, all right, all right, praise the Lord, to God be the glory. Amen, stay focused, amen, listen. And I said, well, I didn't tell you that I made the dean's list because I told you what I was making on my homework all along the way. And I told you what I was getting on the test all along the way. So I didn't tell you that I made the dean's list because the dean's list, I just figured you would know that I made the dean's list because the process was so tight that the promise was guaranteed. If you do the process right, the promise won't catch you by surprise because I stayed tight in the process. Oh yeah, we're gonna get the process right. Because that's where the enemy tries to intervene, is in the process. Because he can't stop the promise. When God spoke the promise, it was done. His word will not return unto him void. The only place where the promise can be disrupted is in the process. The promise depends on God. The process depends on you. So the enemy is going to wage his attack in the process. Oh, I like that. All right. We got promise and we got process. The two must be seen together. You can shout over the promise. Just make sure when you finish shouting that you ask God now, what's the process? We do a real good job at receiving the promise, but we get a little discouraged in the process. But you have to understand that the two are connected. No process, no promise. No promise without a process. What you're going through is normal. This is why we need people to not just let us celebrate their promise without telling us the process. Because when you don't tell me the process, I think there's something wrong with me that I'm ready to not make it. I think there's something wrong with me that my marriage is on the rocks. I think there's something wrong with me that I went into these rooms and said something stupid. But when you tell me the process, it lets me know, no, baby, you're going to have some days where the marriage feels a little shaky. You're going to have some days where you don't know what you're talking about. I need you to share your process with me. We need an intergenerational church. We need people who have gone ahead of us. And we need people who are coming up, because someone represents a promise and someone else represents a process. And I need to know, how do you stay married for 50 years? I need to know, how do you survive political climates? I need to know that the same God that was faithful to you will be faithful to me. I need you to tell me about the goodness of God. I need you to tell me about the healing of God, because I need to know about the process. So when we're reading scripture, it is imperative for us to have that same mentality. I'm not just here to get the promise of God. I need to understand that the promise is connected to a process. No weapon formed against me will prosper. That's Isaiah 54:17. That's a promise. And every tongue that rises up against you in judgment, God says, I will condemn. That's a promise. But that promise is not for everybody. Ooh. So when you use it, make sure you connect the process to the promise. Because when you continue on, it says something crazy. It says, this is the inheritance, this is the heritage of the servants of the Lord. Okay? The promise is no weapon formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that rises up against you, God will condemn. But the process to getting that promise is that I got to be a servant of the Lord. Can I say something that you're not going to like? Some of them weapons formed against you prospering because you don't serve God. I tried to whisper it so I didn't hurt nobody. But I don't want you to just take this scripture and think that you can use it up against anything. Because sometimes God will let a weapon prosper so that it brings you to a place of surrender so that you can become a servant of the Lord. Oh, y'all know I want to be a church mother, so this right up my alley. Oh yeah, some weapons formed against you will prosper until you get down on your knees and say, I've been serving fear, I've been serving pride, I've been serving ego, but I want to be a servant of the Lord. You know how to stop a weapon in its tracks? You start surrendering in the place where you used to stand up. Oh yeah. I feel my voice going, which don't make no sense, but we're going to preach this word. I'm going to need you to turn me up in the monitors. You can stop a weapon in its tracks. You can stop a weapon in its tracks. The moment you realize that I've been serving fear, and I've been serving doubt, and I've been serving addiction, and I've been serving my insecurities, and the weapons that have been formed against me are prospering. That's why these relationships keep looking the same. Different person, same toxic situation, because I'm serving an insecurity. I'm not serving God. That's why the business deals won't work out, because I'm serving my pride. I'm not serving God. But if you want to stop a weapon in its tracks, I dare you to stop serving anything that don't look like God and say, you know what? If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves. Oh yeah, you can stop a weapon in its tracks. I changed my mind, devil. I changed my mind, fear. I changed my mind, doubt. I don't serve you any longer. That weapon's gotta stop in its track. No weapon formed. The moment you align yourself with God, the weapon's gotta stop in its tracks. The devil thought he had me, but God sent a word for me. I came to stop a weapon in its tracks. Yeah. One surrender away, one cry away, one turn away from stopping a weapon in its tracks. I don't know who needs to hear this, but I feel the Spirit of God on it. It's some weapons in your life, and they've been prospering for too long because you've been serving the wrong things. But I hear God saying, if you serve me, I'll stop every weapon, every tongue that rises up against you. I'll stop it. I'll stop the rumors. I'll stop the complaining. It won't matter what they say about you. I'll stop the weapon in its track. You need to know that there's a weapon with your name on it. But if you would turn from your wicked ways and seek my... Some of these weapons are prospering. So when I start seeing weapons being formed, before I claim the promise, I make sure that I'm in the right process. Because God, are you using this weapon to reveal to me that I got off track? You think the children of Israel knew when they weren't serving God? It happened so subtly that they just looked up and they were serving another God. And the weapons are meant to be a sign, a warning, because one of two things are true. The weapon has formed and it's meant to bring you to your knees. Or you focusing on the weapon is a distraction because you know you in the will of God. So I want to speak for a minute to someone who sees the weapons being formed. And as far as you know, you're doing everything God told you to do. Come on, somebody, because you don't always know the will of God. But you usually know what's not the will of God. So God, I'm doing everything that you asked me to do. And it feels like the weapon is still prospering. And it feels like every tongue that rises up against me is actually winning. God says, just wait a minute. Because if you're serving me, you really don't have to worry about that. Because when I said no weapon formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that rises up against you I will condemn, I meant that thing. That means you stay focused on where I placed you, and I'll take care of the weapons. God says, I'll prepare a table for you in the presence of your enemies. They sitting there making weapons, and you sitting there about to eat because you thought that this was going to stop what God was doing in my life. But God told me to stay the course. I don't know who you are, but I hear God saying, stay the course, because you've been serving me, and I won't let the weapon come your way. The weapon's got to come in your vicinity so we can have a front row seat when I prepare the table. Okay. All right. Okay. So, all right, so here's the thing. The promise has a process. And you want to make sure the only thing you have to do is survive the process. The only thing I have to do is survive the process. Now that sounds easier said than done, because the process be processing. You understand what I'm saying? Child, that process don't take no days off. Like a McDonald's, open 24/7. Why? If you survive the process, forget about the promise for a minute. Just survive the process. How do I survive the process? I'm glad you asked. Surviving the process requires us to stay connected to God in the process, not the promise. And this is going to go up against some of the hymns we grew up singing, where we was just hanging on to the promises of God. And maybe there's a season for that. But sometimes when you can't hang on to the promise of God, if you could just hang on to God. I got to find a way to invite God into this process. I don't even have time to focus on the process. Have you ever been in the middle of the process in such a way where I don't even care about the promise anymore? I just need God. Lord, I just need you to get me through this. I don't even care about the promise anymore. I just need God. God, I don't care if you do it or don't do it. I need you to meet me right here, right now. The promise could be 5 years away, 10 years away. I don't care about the promise. I need you right here in this heartbreak. I need you right here in this devastation. I need you right here in this dream. I need you in the process. If you're taking notes, I want you to write this down. The process doesn't produce the promise. Okay? The process is not producing the promise. It is producing the version of you who can step into the promise. The moment that God spoke the promise over your life, the promise was set in stone. So your process is not producing that promise. It is producing the you who can step into it. Okay? I'm gonna go a little bit further, and I'm gonna say this, that the process is meant to produce a version of you that looks like the promise keeper. That means that this process is supposed to make you look more like God. Oh, God, help me. I want you to understand the intent of the process. The intent of the process is not so you can get. It's not so I can get. So that I can look. No. That's not the point of the process. Because that would make it about you. The point of the process is to make you look more like him. The promise is just bait. That's why the people will tell you when they get the promise that what I really got was not the thing, it's who I became in the process. I had to look like God to step into this. Do you know who I had to forgive in order to step into this? Do you know who I had to become? Do you know what I had to heal? Do you know what I had to let go of? Who I became in the process made me look more like Jesus. I don't look like the promise, I look like the promise keeper. It's who I became. You can have what I have. You can go get that. What you can't take is who I became. The promise don't even matter to me because I know that because of who I became, I could get that again. God made me into something. See, if you just hook yourself, if you train yourself to be addicted to promise after promise after promise, you'll miss out on the fact that you're supposed to be becoming. And if you become, you'll never have to worry about getting. Because the getting will be the organic byproduct of who you became. You can take my idea. You can steal the whole recipe. You'll never be able to cook it the way I did. I don't want that to sound fleshy. I just know who I became in the process. I'll give you my ideas. I'm not gatekeeping information. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I know who I became in the process cannot be imitated. You can take the idea, but you don't have the oil to produce the results because the oil was produced in the process. Take it. Have my ideas, have my experiences, but no matter what you take from me, just know you still gonna have to go through the process. The process is a requirement. This is why you ought not gatekeep stuff. Freely you have received, freely you ought to give. Because they cannot imitate you. God's gonna take them through their own process. And he's gonna use a little bit of what you gave and a little bit of what they go through to produce their unique results. Why would we have competition in the kingdom? We've got a unique grace and anointing. There will never be another Sarah Jakes Roberts. And that's a good thing because I need what God placed in you. It would be a shame to ask me to be Bishop T.D. Jakes. If I'm Bishop T.D. Jakes, who in the world gonna be Sarah Jakes Roberts? I'm only... As if my God, who created the universe and set the Milky Way in motion and put the sun and the stars in position, needs to imitate what he's already done in Bishop T.D. Jakes. He's got a fresh vision for who you are. A fresh anointing for what you'll do. So don't be intimidated by someone else's results. Submit to your process. Okay, I'm off track. Here we go. Oh, and I'm almost, time. All right, listen, this is what happened. I have wondered in reading Genesis 1:28, whether or not God gives them a mandate, a mission, an identity, or if he's actually giving them a promise. In Genesis 1:28, he says to creation, this is when he's created them, that's male and female, he creates them. And he says to them, be fruitful and multiply. It says, fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every creeping, living thing that moves on the earth. He gives them dominion over the entire earth when he creates them. But then in Genesis 2:15, something unique happens. In Genesis 2:15, it says, then the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to tend and keep it. Now, wait a minute. In Genesis 1, he gives him dominion over the entire earth. But then in Genesis 2, he doesn't release them into the entire earth. He plants them in a garden. It's almost as if he's saying, in order for you to do Genesis 1:28 properly, I gotta start you in a tighter space. My vision is for you to be into all of the earth and to have dominion over all the earth, but I'm gonna start you in a garden. Because in the garden, I want you to master the character required to step into the promise. The garden is where we master the character required to step into the promise. It is where God cultivates who we must be in order to step into the promise. You don't know this, but some of the people you sit next to, they're not in the potter's house, they're in the garden. I'm in a season where I'm being cultivated to step into the promise. God's given me a promise for where I'm headed, but right now I'm not in that promise, I'm in the garden. And the garden is where you learn to dwell and abide with God. Oof. See, in order for them to have dominion over all of the earth, they have to first understand what it means to have dependence on God. You can't have dominion without dependence. And so the garden is where I'm going to teach you how to depend on me. The garden is where I'm going to teach you how to dwell with me. The garden is where I'm going to teach you how to name things and how to move in the garden. I'm going to teach you in the garden. I'm going to put you in a tight space where you learn my ways. If you can master dependence, you can have dominion. But I can't release you to have dominion because I don't want you to think that you can do it on your own. So first I got to teach you dependence. I know you're in a season where you don't want to need God, but sometimes you need to learn how to need God. So when you don't need God, you need God. You understand what I'm saying? I wish I could say that real good. Sometimes God puts us in a position where we need him so that we can learn how to need him when we don't need him. Where needing him becomes our baseline. Where I'm not in a season where I'm asking for my healing, but I still want to be in the presence. I'm not asking for a financial breakthrough. I just want to be in your presence. I want to learn how to dwell with God. God, as long as you dwell with me, I don't care where you take me. I'm in a season where I'm mastering dependence. I don't want to depend on another person. I want to depend on God. I'm learning how to depend on him. So God's trying to teach them in the garden how to prepare for what's next. I'm trying to show you how to rule. I'm trying to show you how to navigate different situations. And this is where the enemy comes in. This is why I know the enemy can't stop the promise. He finds himself in the process. He goes, I'm going to disrupt the promise by disrupting the process. And so in the garden, he interjects in their training ground. Oh, Lord Jesus. I feel the Holy Ghost. I've always wondered to myself, why did the Lord allow the serpent in the garden? This is supposed to be the space where I learn to dwell with you. But why would you allow there to be an enemy in the place where I'm supposed to dwell with you? And God revealed to me that part of the reason why he had to allow that is because if you learn to dwell with me appropriately, I'll show you how to have dominion over your enemies. I wish I could say this real good. But you're not getting any prizes for overcoming an enemy that's not in your territory. I'd have to allow the enemy in your territory so that you can receive the instructions on how to have authority over the enemy. Oh, I wish I could say this real good. I hear God saying, Eve messed up because she focused on the enemy when she should have focused on me. Because if she would have asked me in her dwelling, what do I do about this serpent? I would have told her, you don't even have to worry about that serpent. You got dominion over the serpent. But we too busy facing off with the enemy that we don't realize we got power over the very thing that now has power over us. But I came to reverse the curse in the name of Jesus. Wherever there is an enemy running rampant in your life, that God has given you power and authority to overcome. I release divine authority in the name of Jesus. Stop talking to the enemy and turn your face towards God. God, what do you want me to do about this enemy? There's an enemy in my camp. There's an enemy in my marriage. I'm not going to attack the enemy without going to the one who knows. Oh God, I'm going to say this and I'm going to close-ish. You got to realize that this is not your enemy. You want strategy on how to defeat the enemy. But this is really not your enemy. This is God's enemy. You understand? This is not your enemy. The only reason why it became your enemy is because you're trying to obey God. And when you obey God, you get their enemies. Oh God, I wish I could say this real good. Well, you know this because you got friends. Where you know if I decide to be friends with you, your enemies are my enemies. They don't make friendships like that no more. But when I was growing up, you couldn't just be friends with me and be an enemy. If I was your friend, we had the same enemies. When you became a friend of God, you took on his enemies. So if you want to defeat God's enemy, you got to talk to God, not his enemy. You don't have enough power, enough strategy, enough authority to go head to head with the enemy until